But yeah, so we already said the hellos. Hello. Hi. How is everyone?
Hi.
Good.
Good.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I slept actually really good. Um, slept really good. I also binge watched anime because I spent the day in bed on Saturday because I had lower back pain. And I watched the entirety of what is so far out of Jujutsu Kaisen.
It's good.
Yes, it made me tear up twice. Not much. Not like My Hero Academia. My Hero Academia made me fucking cry on episode 1. I bawled my eyes out. Because Deku, when he cries, he fucking cries. Like, you know, it's, yeah. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Chris, because he was with his family out, caught like the last half of the last episode I was watching, and I shared screen, and he was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I was like, yeah, that's anime for you. So yeah.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember there being something cartoonish on my screen, but that's about it.
Yeah. Okay, so
Right.
Lena.
Well, first things first.
Yes, first
First things first. Mustache.
Oh, important.
Oh, wait, let me yell off my...
Let me scream across the house.
Yeah, she has the door closed, so I have to yell so she can hear me.
Alright.
And I don't think she heard me.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's it. Dead before the recap.
Alright.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. I'm just gonna go over to her. Oh, wait, she came out.
You already?
I need a mustache, quick.
Mustache.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
God, it's gonna be the bane of her existence.
Now you're
Oh,
not gonna
yeah,
get
God.
mugged in a side alley in the middle of the crowd. Wait, what?
I was already ready to introduce my new character. Damn.
Wow.
Be by Goliath Artificer. There he is.
What?
We still go with big small.
I think that Vieira would like insta-kill him. Insta-kill.
More than likely.
Yeah.
Well, Goliaths as well. It's orcs. It's Goliaths. It's fucking everything. You're
No.
It's
Artificer.
artificing. Everything that's the most unnatural with the world.
Oh boy. There is such a ray of fucking sunshine. Jesus.
You love
Sorry.
it.
I mean,
So,
alright. Recap.
recap.
Starting off, we started off last week with basically our watches when we all went to sleep after a long day of evading cats. And starting off with Viera's watch, where she, I think, had a chat with the barkeep that we should stop making trouble or something like that. And she doesn't like secrets, so no sneaking in.
You want to correct it, Chris?
Yeah, sure. She said that she doesn't like surprises and she was confused as to who I was. And during the conversation, it became apparent that I was the cat. And then she realized. And I said that we wouldn't cause her any trouble and we would be leaving soon.
Okay, so that was half correct.
Almost, yes. Almost.
Yeah, almost correct. It was at the very beginning. And then she sent, or at least Brav wanted to leave and go to the forest, and so he went, and Viera stayed because we still had to have that discussion about what she was going to do, if she was going to stay with the Brav as well or stay with us for the nights. And I think that was her watch shift. Then Samira's was spent basically catching up with grannies and being hurt and in a hospital, and one of them having been stabbed because karma bitch. And yeah. And also then came Cassius's watch, where he did basically nothing, but also tried to contact that crystal dude, which he got bad vibes from, so stopped.
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything of the sort. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, not at all. Nothing. And then we were, at least one of us was rudely interrupted by marching cats into our room. And basically, what was his name? Misha?
Misha.
Misha is, he called himself the right hand of His Highness, which is which apparently looks like a broth, but is not a broth, which he could tell by smell. And apparently His Highness is missing, which interested Viera, apparently. And this has been for a few days now. And then
I think it was about 10 days he'd been missing, wasn't it?
I just have a few days and
A week.
noted down.
Yeah, and a week is 9 days, so
yeah. Yeah, and then there was basically, I think Misha apologized for all the intrusion, but then like left his messenger Spot, I think he was called, behind to to be basically our guide or something like that, be helpful, but also potentially a spy.
Viera asked him if there was any way of getting in touch with him should we be interested in investigating further.
Exactly.
And at that point he chose to leave Spot behind. So it wasn't our request, or at least my request.
Yep. And then let me just see at my notes. We started, I think, going downstairs to eat, and then we found the troop from the caravan and had a chat with them, talking a lot of bullshit around who we are and where we are from, and found out that the ship that was sunk was the only foreign ship in dock currently, but there's also only one hospital where the Grandis could be at. And then we also found out that usual ships could only come in a week or so, but there's currently the Mother of Mercy in at the yards, which carries caravans occasionally, so that's the only other option on docks to be found. And then we also found out that there were bounties on the bandits, quote unquote, which are the Grandies, and which we could find at the garrison, but we would also have to make an eyewitness account to the guards later on once he spoke with them about what happened. Yeah, I think that was just about all we talked with them, and then we left to head to Ebrath to help heal him, and we lost the Spot, I think, pretty quickly. But afterwards, we went to try and find another tavern as a backup hiding place, which went not according to plan, since there was a bit
according to plan.
Bit of an emotional overload on the empathy side of Cassius. A bit too party people.
Cassius, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's great.
Yeah, and after a very, very worried conversation about what the fuck is going on with him, that he forgot completely what the target was, here we basically realized that he has been having trouble with picking up other people's emotions and dealing with that. So he has been basically put on the leash for now. And yeah, we started making our way back to a calmer part of town to eventually end back up at the tavern at the inn, and decided we were just gonna stay there for now. We were gonna have to do the eyewitness account anyways, and we decided that during the what some of us think is going to be an interrogation, what the other person thinks is not going to be a big deal at all. We were going to be as honest as possible and just straight up say we are from another world. Yeah. And then
you proceeded
to
lie about everything.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I mean, It's currently in plans, but who knows what's gonna happen. It's still just like
How
in the
was it
stars.
again with plants in contact with the enemy?
Oh yeah, that they're not gonna survive. But yeah, we then met up with Spot again, who was apparently looking for us at the roof of the tavern, and actually enacted him as our guide. And he, I think, brought us to the marketplace first, or we did go to the bank first. I don't know which one. The bank, I think, right?
Yeah.
And at the bank, we just quickly exchanged money, and Cassius picked up a bit of I don't know which emotions there were, but a bit of I guess, apprehension about Samira's racial state, which, yeah, was intriguing. And then we went back to the market where we found out that there's mostly a bartering system, but also here and there coin exchange. And Samira got exchanged clothing. And then we got tailoring done. At least two of us got tailored a set of clothing. And Vera just didn't get anything at all today. Nothing. And we also found out that we weren't going to be able to sell our bows at the marketplace, but rather back at where I think that district where the inn is, anyways, because the hunters are there. And that's basically in plans now. And then we Spot showed us the hospital, and we went right next to it was the library, because Samira wanted books about what the fuck this culture here is. And we commissioned ourselves a map after a unnecessarily rushed forgery was done by Cassius. And also
I still want to see that.
I still need to make it. I had a plan for yesterday, but
no. And we also commissioned 2 pamphlets about the port cities, which directions we could go to. But we pretty much decided we were going to go, I think, west to I don't remember the name of the continent. South. Sorry.
It's always referred to
I know
as north, south,
I know it was left.
But yeah, south.
Yeah.
Southwest, basically.
yeah.
Yes.
I remember that Ho here was the northern, but I don't remember the southern.
Yeah. I remember that the southern was the elven one, and the Ho here was the Samastric, the ruling one.
Yep.
Yeah. So we pretty much decided that's not up to our upper alley, and I think then Vera asked about the creature we saw at the ruins, and then we stopped off, I think.
Well, we asked about the ruins.
You went to the library.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is in the library, basically where you arrived at the library or Penman, where you asked various questions, did a shitty forgery of a map that was offered anyway, a service to be copied.
Hey, not shitty. I rolled pretty well.
Hey, there's one difference between free and 20 gold piece perfect copy. It just happens to be good value.
Yeah.
22, excuse me. I have the exact details here.
I thought it was 20.
Like, no. Alina, it goes, actually.
Talk him down, Cassius.
Actually.
I will concur. It was not the best copy, but it's
Your Honor, I object.
But it's free. It was free.
We got the free pamphlet thrown in as well, so you know.
Yeah, only after giving him a really good idea about doing a tourist pamphlet for the 2 cities either side.
Alright, and then we stopped off because of the technical difficulties, and I think that rounds about all of it.
Have today.
Yay!
Hopefully not.
So yeah.
Knock on wood.
I made you a book backdrop.
Oh, we were asking about the lady, and then we were interrupted. The lady Bulbo, whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
the lady,
and I tried, the ballback, because good thing we stopped there. Let me turn on the library sounds, because we're in the library.
Library sounds my favorite. Yeah.
So silence.
No, you have like quiet book flip page silence.
So we're the only one inside here.
Well, yeah.
Ghosts!
Who's flipping those books? Get out of here!
Ghost! Ghost!
Ghosts? No.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to deal with no ghosts.
And technically, you would very quietly hear, like very faintly, the party outside. Right.
Just for reference, the other landmass was called Balabalia.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember now.
Balabalia. I mean, it sounds very Caribbean to me, so it should be fun.
It's gonna be da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum. That was a shitty take on Greek music.
And he also said something about he keeps clean, because Azuma orderly or some shit like that. And then there's a watcher at the lighthouse, which is a pure fiend.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Blackrock, yes.
The fiend.
Lord Blackrock.
Has been to the place in between worlds.
Oh, and that the old temple of the father is not to be mentioned, because the father, what the fuck, no one mentions him. Thank you, note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we asked about that, and he said something, and we said about 16 eyes, and he then said about the spider.
Yeah, he basically went away, came back with an encyclopedia of unusual beasts, right? And then flipped open the page. It's like, oh yeah, there's actually a variant of like a fiendish spider that has 2 heads, therefore 16 heads. But he didn't confirm or deny that that creature is that, right?
He also didn't mention that the eyes of this spider queen would turn into mouths.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
To be fair, we don't know if that was a spider queen, only that it had 16 eyes. But
Also,
hey, I can turn into it, and we can see if I can make my eyes turn into mouths.
Also, none of you asked him his name, so to you, he's still the librarian.
He's the librarian.
Question, there's suddenly 2 black bars under him, which weren't before, and he's much higher than usual.
Yeah,
Just
because I changed the layout.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Shinny fiddled.
Yeah, Shinny fiddled.
Already.
It still needs fiddling, because I changed the resolution of the... You know, the map. So, it's still not perfect. Which is a bit annoying. But yeah, I'll get there. I'll make it work. Anyway. So yeah. This is what he looked like. You don't know his name, but he brought over a book. This is where we stopped last time, right? He brought out a book, which is basically a giant, what you very quickly realize, a giant register of names, right? And you have various, like, you know, name, last name, parents, cause of death if they're dead, right? Or when they were born, you know, the classical information you would expect. But there's also a column which you quickly realize is where the families came from. It's a record of, from the moment, basically, the people arrived here to now, a record of where people came from and where they settled in the process after the red light, right? And none of the countries that you see of this list matches the countries on the big map in front of you in this way. You recognize like bits, but mostly you don't see anything that matches up, right? But as well, on top of that, he brings out another map and rolls it out in front of you. I will open it up for you so you can see. Activate. And I will make his face go away.
Can you make the other black box go away?
Yeah, the other one, the left one. Thank you.
You can zoom in and out the map. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he rolls it out, and he basically goes like, yeah, the family, the Bobek, they come from, and he like points at the map and basically points on this part of the map. They come from the high marches, the highlands. I am not entirely sure now what the exact layout of the countries was, or the cities, but I'm pretty sure that the Bobeks come from that part. But then we all come from above, one way or another. Yes, very, very old family. They settled here about, and he kind of like goes through the records. Oh yeah, she's the granddaughter of the original settlers who came here to Taria, much later than my people. As most people who came here, they sought a peaceful existence, undisturbed. But yes, this is a very, very, very good family. Proper people. Oh, and I apologize. This, and he like waves across the map. This is the outside world. This is where we originally came from. And he like points at various bits, basically, along the inside of this giant lake. He's like, yes, the lands that you see on this bigger map are bits and pieces that have broken off along the edges or were islands on this inner lake here. It was called the Nim, the Deep. And you realize that if the lands that you look at on the other map are bits and pieces that broke off from the inside edge of this giant continent, how much bigger the outside world is. And it's much closer to the Forgotten Realms, right? To where you came from. Because the middle continent is about the size of Faerun, for comparison. Or for real life comparisons, the middle continent is the size of Africa.
Okay.
Letting it sink in. He pats the map. The map is older, you can see. He's like handling it gently. But you can also see that he's very proud of having it. Because compared to the really big libraries, this is a small, would be like comparable to a really good collection of a very rich noble.
Yeah, in a city where people don't read so much, apparently.
Yeah.
So, this makes sense. In the register with the Bolbeck family names, is there a living male relative?
Our living what?
A living male relative that I can see in the register with the Bolbeck?
You would have to investigate.
Alright. Investigation.
Oh.
You would have to study the book properly. It's just name after name after name, and it doesn't have link shortcuts you can click and Control F.
Oh, too bad.
Oh shit! It's not Google. No, I'm bored. Escape.
I'm sure Cassius will invent a spell that does that.
Ooh. Maybe.
That would be super cool.
The companion, I think, has one like that.
I'm searching for this phrase word in this book, and the book just flips open to that page and then highlights the line.
I think actually, yeah, the companion of Forgotten Secrets has one. Yeah. It's basically Google search. It's really cool. All right.
So,
I think we're. Actually, I did have another question.
Yes. He looks at you eagerly.
These crystals actually, are lighting the room. They made for you by someone, or did you make them yourself?
Oh, they are Enchanted Quartz from the mainland. It is the fashion at the moment. It is much cheaper than oil lights, and they don't burn the books.
Yeah, makes sense. Huh.
And
before we...
I did order a special enchantment, so do this. And he claps, and it goes dark. And then he claps again.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Do you have any of these spare that you would be willing to sell?
Oh no, these are, well, we're very grateful to the achievements of your kind. And he kind of nods towards Samira.
Speaking of that, I wanted to ask if you have some sort of comprehensive, like, history about my kind. I must admit I did not grow up amongst others like myself, so I don't know much.
What would you be interested in? Very similar to our people. This is one of the closest similarities, I believe, is we used to be scattered before the red light, and coming to this world brought us together, and we bonded and found common territories where we could be all together instead of alone. And our brothers and sisters of the opposite persuasion found the territories to the north in Hohia, and we settled here on the island because we were fond of the peacefulness of it.
Well, I guess you could say I'm interested to know why your reactions were like that to me, and how Hohia is in general.
It is a country of rules and law, and the law is taken very seriously, which is understandable. There have been misunderstandings in the past, and we keep to ourselves. While the people who live here do prefer peaceful life, we also prefer a life without restraint and certain societal and other rules that may be a bit too strict. It is not a bad place to live. It is just that most here prefer to a bit more freedom. But it is not your people that scare most of ours. Anyway, we didn't fare too well in the other countries either. It is one of the reasons why we found shelter in Taria. It is also one of the reasons we are very keen on preserving the peace here and keeping the heroes' money safe, because they did give us a home and we're very grateful for it. But as it concerns your people, I would need to know the family line, and I could find answer because I do have friends in Hohia, because I do procure additional books on occasion. Because as the families here, we came from different places, different countries, and we have a scattered family history.
I honestly wouldn't know, and I don't think that's what I'm looking for anyways.
If you're looking for ancestral history, I think that Lord Blackrock would be a better source, although I would approach him with much respect and be very nice.
Why would you say that?
He is not very fond of your ancestors.
That's what I was fearing.
But as long as you stay polite, I don't think it will be too bad. He is...
Any other advice that you should give ignorant old me?
Drink wine?
That we can do.
And just maybe let the others do the talking. He kind of like smiles at Cassius, like, you look like a trustworthy lad, yes?
Yeah, sure, of course.
He smiles and nods. Oh, I apologize. I completely forgot. I didn't tell you my name. I am Jonathan Sigmundsson. And he kind of holds out his hand to shake hands.
Hello, Jonathan. My name is Samira, and I guess we were going to visit you in a few days anyways. And when did you say the map was going to be made?
Well, it would need at least 2-3 days. So do come back in 3 days.
Okay.
I will try
Sounds
my
good.
best to. Um, what specific information would you like for the pamphlets?
I think about like the general culture, maybe if there's any specific values, norms.
I think regarding here, the laws would be important.
Yeah.
Or
I
at
will
least the
try.
main ones outsiders would fall foul of.
But of course, yes. I will try to see if I have archives of their law books. He's already like half lost in thought. Like you can see eyes like going, from side to side as he's thinking about it.
All right, I think we should leave you to work, unless you do have something to ask.
Huh? What? Oh no. Of course. I would be much obliged if you were to come by later when you pick up the map, to just speak of the places you have been to. It gets a touch lonely here. Not many people come here.
Well, I'll do that then.
I do have one last question for you, which may seem strange.
Try me.
The red light happened here historically, at which point lots of people from the outside world became on the inside. Have you ever heard of outsiders coming here after that time?
You mean like travelers?
In a sense.
Well, I wouldn't know, because
I assume when the red light happened, you were all living quite happily on the outside.
Some happier than others.
Well, you take my meaning. There was an instant moment where people stopped being on the outside and started being on the inside.
Well, yes, I mean, there are historical records of that, of course. What happened is
they were moved magically from one place to the other.
We're not exactly sure how we survived. We're very grateful to whatever circumstances or the spirits who helped in that process.
Okay. That's not my concern. The question is, has anyone ever had a similar experience that you've heard of after that time? So 50, 60, 100 years later, did anyone else claim to have come recently from the outside?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
But there are rumors that travelers were responsible for what happened originally, but everything happened so fast from the records. Not many people stopped to take notes in the moment. So stories are very disjointed, mostly eyewitnesses, and then scholars have tried to assemble it together, but with great difficulty.
Sure, that's fine.
I actually did have one more question.
Yes, please. It's like, nodding eagerly. It's like, yeah, talk to me more. Yeah.
I was interested in learning more about the sun. Do you have information on that specific spirit here, or do you know where I might learn more about?
Well, some believe that it is a spirit.
That's what I heard.
There's no particular worship of him in that way, or records of sightings. It used to be one of the moons.
But there's no...
Yes?
There's no specific place of worship that you know of, at least.
No.
Okay.
It is a bit of a sore point, considering that it came along with the red light.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you have any books on him?
The sun.
Yeah.
Old children's stories, perhaps, nursery rhymes. Nothing specific. Not much is known about that concept of the son, besides that he was the son of the father and the mother, and there's old legends that his father sacrificed him or killed him in a disagreement, and since then the father and the mother are considered opposing sides, so to say. The mother being an aspect of life and the father being an aspect of death, and this is why his worship is not very popular, as you can imagine.
Yeah, he seems.
But you have a temple of the mother here in town. The Temple of Mothers, appropriately named.
All right. And me asking about the sun there would be.
You can ask. I would not know how much they know. Like I said, it's not much is being told about the sun besides this. But then there might be scholars out there that are more knowledgeable in that. I was never a very religious person.
No, fair enough. Fine, thank you, at least, for this information.
But of course. I can tell you what the sun was called before he became the sun.
Yeah?
Well, we had Urin, which was the sun, back in the day, before 400 years ago, before the thing happened. And then we had two moons, and one was Isil, and the other one was Ranaye. And Ranaye is what is now by us called the sun, because Ranaye took the place of light and night in this isolated part of the world at large.
Isil and Ranaya, you said, right?
Ranaya, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will spell it for you.
Thank you.
In fact, actually, he's gonna spell it out. Like, because he's ever so helpful. And he gives like the entire how it's properly in Ranaya and in Isil.
Oh boy.
Yep.
That's definitely not how I thought you spelled it, so thank you.
And the sun was, how did you spell the sun?
Urin. Yeah, a moment.
God, I misheard that completely.
Urin, yeah. And he will point out this is in the old language. We don't know which language that is anymore, but in we do know means the. It's the moon, the other moon, and the sun. Mind you, it is, I'm sorry, I don't want to confuse you. It is the other moon in Ranaya, the moon in Isil, and in Urin, which is the sun. Or the fire.
Huh. Okay.
And the world here on the inside is called in Nuambar, which is the world below. And the world outside, or the world above, is in Ambar. And then you have in Myanmar, which is in between. And as we still have records of the old world, we also know that the heaven above was called in Amenel. And then you had the veil and the divide, the fade, and the edge.
Just kind of like blanking, like.
Well,
Yeah,
let me, like, he kind of like rolls up some of the stuff. It's like, oh, give me a moment. And like, I will be right back. And he like hurries off in his little slippers, like, and he's gone, right? And he comes back with like a blank parchment and some a coal stick, right? And then he basically starts drawing, like on the paper. It's like, imagine this world like a blown up bladder, and he like makes a circle. And then he looks at both of, like, all three of you, if like following.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raised eyebrows, but yeah.
And it is like a membrane, and inside this circle, well, there was layers, and then on the inside he like makes like a small, way smaller circle in the dead center. Well, this is the world, and then he makes like a smaller circle, like basically what you would see like an astronomical chart of like where the sun would be and where the two moons would be in a Earth-centric diagram, where the sun goes around the planet, right? Not the planet around the sun, right? And then he's like, and then here would be a line, and he like draws a line on the inside, big circle. This is the Sea of Stars, how we would have seen it, but unfortunately, I've never seen it. I was never born up there. I would have loved to see what the sky looks like with stars and a proper sun and the moon. But yes, this is what we know from descriptions of our ancestors who actually lived on the outside. But yes, and this is our world. This is where we all live. I assume there's still people out there, but none of them ever came. And none of the people who tried to go looking for them came back. Not that we know. But I am only a local historian. I don't, maybe some other of my colleagues have more information, but unfortunately I do not. I apologize.
No, it's all right. Thank you at least for all the information, and I think we'll probably have more questions in 3 days when you can think of some. Just need some time to process everything.
But of course, I'm here. Come by any time of the day, during the day, at night I sleep.
Of course. Look at the other two. Ready to go?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Stand up. Take his hand.
He shakes
Thank
your
you,
hand.
Jonathan. I'm Cassius, by the way. I'm sorry.
Very. It's a big pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
He's very nice. He's a very nice old man.
All right. And I start walking out of the door.
He also shakes Viera's hand and like looks at her expectantly because she's the only one who was not named.
She doesn't let him shake her hand, and as soon as Cassius turns, she turns and follows.
Oh,
Samira just nods at him and just turns to leave. Her face is
enjoy the festivities.
Thank you.
Very much up in the clouds.
Wow.
Cool,
Ignoring the old man. It's so mean. Wait. Streets activate. So as you step out. Oh man. Immediately greeted by music.
All right. I'll start walking
Yep.
off in that direction. Where people, I don't think I've been hooked yet, so...
Samira's currently not thinking of that. She's got a pensive look on her face and not focusing on him.
Alright. So?
Viera's
We
just
done with
walking
everything?
behind. Yep.
Party time?
Spot was waiting outside, by the way.
Mhm.
So he's like following you at this point.
Pay my mind. I'm just gonna go to the party. Yeah. Rains are gone. Party time.
Okay, so what you doing?
I find the biggest, happiest group of people.
They're everywhere.
Everywhere. Perfect. Gonna try get some drinks. And yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get Fiera some drinks.
Okay. Yeah, there's stands. Like there's like people handing out drinks and water
Are
and
there
food.
any tables with chairs that people are just sitting down at, given that there's all these festivities going on?
Not really. There's no room. And not in the streets, right? The streets are packed here. You're in the very heart of the celebrations.
Perfect. Then I'm just gonna. Are people paying for drinks or just taking drinks?
They're basically handing it's like it's not that you can pay for drinks. Yes, there is points where you can pay for drinks. You have points where like people are just exchanging one thing for another. It's like, oh, I have here a half-eaten pastry, hey, and it's like, hey, I have a drink here, hey, and then the exchanges again, yay, pat each other on the shoulder, and then keep on, going.
Yeah, I'll just try to get some drinks. I'll probably
roll me a wisdom saving throw, please, with advantage. Let's see. Hey, party!
Let's go! Yeah, I'm lost in the crowd now. Basically, I'm just gonna get mingled with the happiest smiling groups, and I'm basically going to be that annoying person that's basically just hopping from group to group and just like, yeah, mingling, talking, laughing with everybody, and drinking.
It looks like it's gonna get dark soon, by the way. Just pointing it out. So what is the rest of you doing? As Cassius just goes off on his merry way.
Samira was, as they left the shop and Cassie just kind of went his own ways. She was kind of having a bit of a pity party at the moment. And just standing and looking. Just doing nothing at the moment.
Vieira?
Well, Vieira would have followed him enough to see where he was heading, and then as soon as the crowds got too many people too close together, she would have stopped like 30-40 feet before that. I imagine the streets, even this close, are still quite busy.
Yeah, you literally walked out of the library straight into the throng of the crowd.
Samira?
But if you go to the right, the side...
Shh! We're not going to the right. Where are they?
What, who? Oh, let me, and I look. Through Winnie?
They seem to be still in the hospital.
Okay. Nothing seems to have changed.
All three of them?
Yes.
Sanzir is not there.
Oh, Sanzir is not there. That would have been good to know.
Sorry.
So that's why. Okay, no worries. One of them is not there. Sanzir. How wounded was Sanzir when I last saw her?
You couldn't tell. I mean, she didn't look like she was bleeding out. She looked like she was sleeping, right?
Okay. Okay, have to have an eye out then. What are we doing now? Vera?
She looks like she's thinking.
Find out where Sanzia's gone. Give me a minute. And Vieira's eyes just closed, standing next to Samira. And I'm gonna close my eyes and focus on that heartbeat. And I'm specifically focusing on humans within 5 miles.
Okay.
So presumably Cassius will ping up on that too. But basically I can detect the presence of any humans within 5 miles. And I know their numbers, the general direction and distance in miles away from me. And if there are multiple groups of my favorite enemies within range, humans, you learn this information for each group.
Yeah, you get 38 pings.
Yes, but I know numbers and direction.
Again, 38 pings. You have one.
So 38 individuals on their own, no groups of people.
You have some clusters of like 2 and 3. No, like, oh, there's a group, a crowd, right? The closest one is because you are.
We're right by the hospital, right? So the 2 of them should be.
You are
right
here. Is basically if you're still standing on the stairs. Are you with your back towards the building?
Yeah.
Yeah, behind you. Is the closest ping. 1.
And that's roughly the hospital.
I mean, yes. It is the hospital, yeah.
So there's only 1 ping.
Yes.
Wait, when there 3 old women?
I guess
Humans?
I guess only one of them is actually human.
Sansia actually looks dwarfish.
Oh yeah, true.
Sansia's a dwarf. I was gonna say it, I was like,
Yeah, it's fine.
You get 1 ping.
Well, I get everything within 5 miles.
Yeah, okay, you have 38 pings, I told you already, in various places in the city, so...
How far is Cassius away, given that I know which direction he walked away from me in?
I mean, I guess, which direction did you go, Cassius?
Where are the happiest people?
They're everywhere. I mean, I assume this way towards the market.
I'm somewhere within crowds.
Yeah, he's here somewhere.
Okay, but is there only 1 ping there? There's not 2 pings?
There's multiple pings throughout the market. But this is like the closest. No,
keep in mind, I know the general direction.
There's no ping, like, there's like
so Cassius
2
is
free.
on his own as far as
there's 2 here, there's like maybe 2 here. It's like crowd movement, right?
Yeah, sure.
They disperse, they get together.
There isn't anyone next to Cassius.
But you don't know if it's Cassius, because you get human ping. This could be Cassius, could not be Cassius.
Given that he was about 70 feet in that direction, the chances are it is Cassius.
Yeah, there's no second human ping next to him.
Yeah, that's my point. Okay.
Yeah, there's a small parade coming past.
These people have way too much time on their hands.
Yeah. What are we going to do? He's distracted right now, and do we have a goal to do today? It's getting pretty late.
Is to stick together.
By the way, at some point, after this, like, loud parade comes by. It seems like the crowd quietens for a moment. And it's weird. It's like somebody like took and turned on the volume. And then and Cassius, you noticed it first, by the way, because it comes from your direction. So basically, the crowd, the parade was moving this way, right? And it passed. And then suddenly the crowd started like going quieter from this direction, so Cassius would have heard it first. And there's a procession coming around the corner, basically, and then going down this street of half a dozen women in white dresses, robes, and veils. Like, you can just faintly make out their faces. And the crowd,
heading towards us.
Yeah, they're heading towards you. But like I said, Cassius would see them first because they're passing him first. And people are like very politely, like, you know, parting for them, so they're not being bumped. And then they go past, right? And then the crowd...
Is it possible to climb up onto the roof before they get to me?
I mean, you have to do a serious climbing check to climb the building behind you.
I do have a 35-foot climbing speed.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
What is the general feeling of the crowd that I'm getting when they pass? Is it just like respect or...
Yes, they nod
sadness?
at the women. It's respect.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And some of them put their... I don't know if you're paying attention. Are you paying attention, Cassius? Because, you know, party.
Probably if the mood's like shifted. Yeah, then he probably is.
Yeah. So. Some of them, not all of them.
Moment.
Some people just nod. You know, in general, there's like a deep approval of the crowd, but also some people like put their hands above their heart, right, and hold it there while they're passing. And then they kiss the palm of the hand and kind of like wave off. Like up. Similar to the like Arabic, like where they touch their forehead, but just without the forehead touching. It's like to the heart, holding, kiss, and then up, like in a nod.
Yeah, and as soon as Vera starts climbing, I'm gonna just stay flush against the walls and just watch.
Okay, what you doing, Vera?
My headset decided to turn itself off and back on again. I'm climbing up on top of the roof.
Yes.
And I'm basically going to watch them past. More getting out of the way because she didn't want to be in the way. And I take it Spot's down in the street.
Spot followed Cassius.
Okay.
Oh, Cassius. Also, because this was a moment of like somberness, right? You did snap a tiny bit out of it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh wait, so like my friends are not here. Oops.
It's like look around, probably see Vera fucking climbing a roof. Like, what the fuck? Over there.
That's down the street. You would not notice.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You gotta see through a throng of people to see that happen.
Yeah.
But if she's going up the roof, I'll see her like stick out, right?
Only if you stretch your neck up there.
Alright. Then I'm probably gonna go back into the direction where I came from, making use of the quiet moment, basically, kind of following the procession.
Yeah.
And then
it
seeing
keeps
if
you
I
calm.
can find.
Samira is standing still at the stairs of the library, and Spot is following you.
Yeah, as soon as he's back in range, basically, I just go back to him and just hook my arms into his. So, you
Probably
back now?
Offer her a drink. Want a drink? Yeah,
maybe
sorry.
later, maybe later. But one of them
It smells
is
like
not.
rum.
One of them is not in the group. Yeah, Sanzia is not to be found near Winnie, so we should be careful. Extra
we should
careful.
maybe not be here. I should not be here.
We need to.
Party! Woo!
Is the party again? Okay.
Yeah.
Basically trying to go to the party again. Ignoring the rest of what Samira's saying.
Wow.
Just taking his previous agreement. I'm just gonna look up at Viera, just nodding my head into the
We'll be fine in the crowd. We'll be fine in the crowd. It's fine.
The direction of the pens and just start walking basically through, like,
being half dragged by Cassius.
Yeah.
Viera, you can see them. You can see Cassius like half dragging Samira off.
From where I am on the rooftop, can I see any dwarves anywhere?
Roll me a perception check.
Can you squeeze through the houses over here and the opposite side of us currently?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take him and just squeeze through.
There's some people doing things in the side alleys as well.
Hey.
Anything from bucking to vomiting, by the way. It's party, right?
That's gonna be nasty feedback.
You see a couple of male dwarfs, yes.
Nothing that looks like Sanzia.
No.
Given that I've just watched Samira and Cassius go down the alleyway, I'm going to stay where I am and watch to see if it looks like anyone's following.
Nobody's following.
Keep going side paths. Hoping the weird mixture of vomit and horniness will just put him at some different state than party.
Well, yeah, he also has the very acute vibe from you of like worried, focused, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
So today's weather says light mist and fog.
Yeah.
Is there light mist and fog right now, given that it's getting late in the day?
Yes, there is. It's mostly coming from the harbor and from the water.
In which case, I'm going to stealth, because I can do that as a wood elf in light mist and fog. And I'm going to basically follow Samira and Cassius along the rooftops.
You do have to make a jump across the street. You were on top of the library. Okay, I think it's 20 feet.
I'm going to
jump.
I'm going to turn into a Shadow Panther and launch myself across the rooftops.
I think you could have done it even as Viera. What's your strength?
10.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, okay, Shadow Panther better.
Shadow Panther better, 16 strength.
Better for gaining attention, but you know.
Okay, you have two routes. You have this route, but you have a big jump here.
It's getting darker, it's black on black. It's fine.
Well, there is also...
What's the Shadow Panther strength?
16.
Yeah, you can make it easily here directly.
This, right?
Yeah, I can just jump across and then go around.
Yeah.
And then cross the very small ones. And
then
cross that, like, 4-foot gap between the rooftops. Pretty sure that my panther can just walk across that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm basically going to... Do you need me to roll a stealth check?
You can.
I suppose what I should do first of all... My token's not on the map, so I can't do it.
Because the routes are not entirely unoccupied.
No, I know.
They're very empty compared to, because it's very loud
the
here.
Ground. Yeah, it's a lot easier. Obviously, it's going to be very noticeable for me going across the rooftops.
No, I mean, it's also very visibly devoid of hissing. Because it's very loud here at the moment, right?
Okay.
Okay,
That's my stealth check for you.
You're not accumulating a crowd following you of cats.
Yeah. But I am keeping an eye out for anybody following them. So I'm kind of lingering behind them, obviously having to run across the rooftops. I'm doing that anyway.
And then we once more cross through the main thoroughfare, so that's gonna be a lot of people. Like, if you're gonna lose track of people, you can lose track of people through the main fair.
Yeah, but I know where you're heading, so you're heading.
Yeah, I know, but if someone's following, in that case, I mean.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Let me turn down the
through.
fair sounds, because yeah.
Okay. Finally, back at the inn.
You basically make it back to the inn in time for the sun to set or grow dimmer.
Yeah, you're starting to feel a bit of homesickness from Samira at that point.
Because I'm pretty sure that Samira is also like, I want to go party too.
No, because he mentioned he was never going to see this night sky, ever, and she just realized what that meant for her.
Yeah.
It's getting dark.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, Sammy, for dragging me through there. I really need to get a grip on this thing.
I mean, you had a bit of time there that you were normal, and I took that as you agreeing with leaving, and then you were right back at party mode. Hello?
Viera, did you catch up to them?
Yeah, it was very silent at the second.
yeah, you cut out for a little bit. You said you were fine for a moment, and then I didn't hear anything.
You were fine for a moment where I took you agreeing to going for the moment as your normal self, but then you went right back into party mode.
Yeah, it's
something to work on. I basically checked in with Vera that we were going back into the inn, so I'm guessing she's following. She's pretty good at hiding anyways, so I wouldn't be worried. She was not on the rooftop.
A very large shadow panther drops down beside you. And
Fuck.
then she shifts.
Talk of the fucking devil.
Devil? Where?
Yes. Fiend.
In the lighthouse.
Very top, yeah. Topic of the day, apparently.
Spot stares at you with big eyes.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Spot. Alright.
Let's just ignore that.
She does that sometimes. That's fine. Yeah.
You can turn into a big cat?
Yeah, we're not ignoring it.
Yeah, we're ignoring it.
I can turn into worse things than
that.
He looks at you with sad kitten eyes.
I mean, my favorite form is still her bear form, so you know.
Samira? As I recall, we have some training to do.
Oh, that's true. That is very, very true. What do you have in mind?
Some trees not very far away. You were talking about a bear. Some wrestling, perhaps? At least...
That sounds...
At least for my part, I need a good workout. And you need
some stress relief, yes.
A tiefling goes past you and opens the door to the inn, and you can hear him a bit more crowd than the previous one. Hey!
Alright, I'll be in there.
You have...
No, you're coming to give us pointers.
I thought we went over this. I don't think you want to get tough the way that I got tough.
No, we don't. But there's also a loose dwarf. And I'd rather not have you alone.
But the rest of the caravan people are also in there.
It's like they're worried and seriousness.
And they stood
Cassius.
what chance against them?
It's like a cold shower immediately.
Alright, just fucking cheer up or something. It's bad enough with you two
Samira will be very happy when she's wrestling her bear.
I guess that's true.
And the mood goes right back up, I'm assuming.
Okay, alright, let's go.
Yeah.
We're going back afterwards? Like, we're not staying in the forest, right?
We're totally staying in the forest. No, of course we're not staying in the forest. I would like to see Abrath as well. It has been a long day.
Sure.
Alright.
Well, now that I think I said it already, but now that it's a bit of a quieter moment again, I'm sorry for this.
That's fine.
Hey,
because
it's less of an actual concern than blowing up, so you're better off than me.
That's true.
I think if this works out the way I hope it does, the local guards will apprehend the women, at which point we know the streets are safe, and then you're free to party as much as you like. But whilst there is a loose dwarf around, and whilst there are 2 other nasty people, I'd rather not.
Yeah.
Safety still comes first, and
safety first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who knows? Maybe the occasional like shock treatment with party here, then back to normal, helps you regulate that control.
Maybe it helps you learn to control it. Yeah, we don't know. So.
But I actually do have a request, probably for tomorrow. You guys want to do some training. Well, I also kind of want to see if there is some kind of like magic user in town.
You said as much, yeah.
And I think that the guy, the Watcher, might be a good bet. He seems at least, or we should actually go there anyway, I think, to get some more information. And I know he's probably, Jonathan said it was fine.
If you need to talk to him about something that, I don't know if you want me along, because apparently he's gonna hate my face as soon as he sees me.
Well, my request then is, can you guys help me get there without getting lost in this fucking party mess? Because if I go in my own,
it was the lighthouse, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
I mean, surely we can. Could I see the lighthouse from the rooftops, Shin? Presumably?
No.
Really?
I mean, can you see the edge of the city from? It's not the highest building in the city on the library.
The lighthouse isn't the highest building.
But the lighthouse is, yes, but it's like where you were on was not the highest building. You had a higher building in the way, so to say.
Sure, I crossed through at least 1/3 of the city on the rooftops there.
Away from the lighthouse. You didn't tell me you were looking back.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have seen the tip of the lighthouse. It's not a very big lighthouse. It's like a tower.
I can just go with you towards the lighthouse, but I was going to stay outside. Don't want to ruin any of your chances, Cassius.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking if this guy can actually also help me with magic things, maybe you guys can go through.
Would you do me a favor with? Sure. If you were going to speak to him and he's a magic inclined person, could you ask him about that problem I have?
People exploding? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what different knowledge people have here about that.
So
it should be
So only that, or do you also want me to mention like glass chests?
No.
All right.
None of that. More of my immediate concerns.
Just
would be
pre-tower problems.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Yeah, sure, of course.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
No worries.
I was looking to do that as well, but now that I found out that he's probably the best person to ask, fuck no, I'm not gonna do it here.
Yeah.
And don't want to invite any death.
It's probably fine. Yeah. I can check it out, and I can kind of like gauge his opinion, and if he's like, you can bring her, then we can see.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just worried because apparently he's already on the edge of clawing my face off if I'm impolite. So if I'm a danger, and any second, I don't wanna. No.
Yeah. Okay. No, fair enough.
So,
All right. Woods.
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 Okay, woods.
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 So yeah, I think it's round about here in this clearing area, wasn't it? Somewhere there.
Okay.
So yeah. So you've got 2 hours of wrestling a bear
Mm-hmm.
if you can keep up for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's asking, can I keep up for 2 hours?
I guess we're gonna do 5 opposed checks to see overall.
What checks?
Athletics versus athletics.
Okay.
I need
Because it's
I need
gonna
a
be
wild
fair
shape bear,
wrestling.
please.
Oh,
I
you
need
don't
a
have
bear.
you don't have a bear?
I don't have a token, so I can't turn myself into a bear. Can I actually just drag and drop myself?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
It's a map, yeah. It's a map. It's a
Samira's
map.
gonna have to. Then Samira's gonna have to take breaks every now and then, even mid-fight, mid-wrestle, to calm herself down because she doesn't want to get
Explode.
over-emotional. Yeah.
Good call.
Do you want me to help with that?
No, I still want to keep on the edge of to still be physically enjoying this and training, but I need to find that narrow line anyways. So good training.
Do you want to drink? And I pack out the gourd of rum that I still have from the village. Well, a little bit of liquid courage. Let's go.
Let's see how
I'm just gonna hand her. I'm just gonna hand her the gourd of rum. Press it in her hands.
She just takes one swig.
Hey.
Or you could have just used the bear sheet without drag and dropping the token, mind you.
I could have done, but then I don't get to keep my fancy 19 wisdom, so...
You do on your normal sheet, but okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not gonna get drunk. That one swig.
You take one swig. Come on.
Yeah, I think the rule is after one drink, out one glass or something, you have to roll or some shit like that.
Wow.
So, it is.
That's weak as shit.
No,
Vera's gonna wait for her to basically hand the gourd back, and as soon as Cassius's hands are on the gourd, she's basically gonna smack Samira over.
We're doing this? Alright.
I'm fine.
Fucking hell.
Fighting dirty. Got to.
You can drink as many portions of a hard liquor as you have Constitution modifier, by the way, and then you need to roll.
Oh, okay. I'm good then. No worries.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Fucking, what is that?
That is surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You getting smacked in the face.
So I guess these are 5 checks across 2 hours, right? So
yeah. So I'll let you roll again, Samira.
Yeah, no, that's that. I got smacked real hard at first. Now I'm just.
The bear is slowing a bit down
recovering.
because Vera is like, okay, I'm not used to have such a fat fucking butt.
Yep. Or just be this big in general. I'm used to being agile, not bulky. But
spatial awareness is going to be something to get used to,
It's good practice for me, yes, for being a bear. So.
Yes.
Keep going.
Oof, that one sucks.
We're tiring out very quickly by the looks of it.
Yeah, I had to take a break.
Oh yeah, Vera found her balance and like, oh, I can actually use my big fat butt. Sit on her.
Yeah.
So as I see that Samira's doing worse, I'm gonna try to help her by encouraging her, and it's like basically trying to hype man her up with my.
Too bad you don't have
action.
No.
Oh wow, cheating.
No, you're not part of this. said you don't have bardic inspiration. Fuck off. No, no, I'm not allowing that.
He can use his help action.
Help action,
But
right?
you're getting in there.
Legit.
You're getting in there with that.
Yes.
So, Vieira, you have Cassius coming in and trying to help.
Yeah, I now see him as a threat. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, Samira gets to roll with advantage on the next one.
Doesn't matter.
Oh. Wow.
Now you have
dice are against.
Now you have Cassius there as well, Vieira.
And Cassius is just such an irritant at him. I'm like, what are you doing? Get out of here!
Laughing my ass off.
Just trying to block him and keep him
Vieira's
away
gonna
from the
sit
bear
on him as
and
well.
Getting bowled over.
No, I'm currently wrestling Samira. Vieira's basically going to turn to look at Cassius because he's close enough, and she's just gonna sneeze at him and cover his face in snot.
Wow.
Fucking gross.
Bear snot, take it.
Ugh.
That's what you get for interfering.
Youch.
Do I have to add a snot attack to your bear sheet?
No.
Oh, I can just imagine you doing like prestidigitation down your face and like, yeah.
Scraping.
Yeah.
I do prestidigitation, I clean myself off, and with my prestidigitation next,
I just laugh my ass off.
I'm gonna
for the
throw-
next part.
I'm gonna throw dirt on the bear. Because I can also soil things.
Okay.
No larger than 1 cubic foot, technically.
Yeah,
Part of the bear.
Part of the bear.
You can basically throw a foot of
In your face.
dirt on my back.
Yeah, I'm
Not
just
looking
laughing
good,
my ass
Samira. Not looking good.
I think was it check number 4 or 5? I think it was 5.
That was number 4.
Okay, then you have one more. Let's see the
Alright.
great.
There you go!
Oh!
Great. And I can't beat a 26 as a bear, so it doesn't matter what I roll.
Yeah, okay. And then
Yeah,
Samira,
that's a particularly bad roll.
when Samira wrestles the bear into the ground,
She was saving her strength for 4 rounds.
and then the
getting
bear
beaten
lifts
into the ground
two claws to tap out, like a proper gladiator. No, I'm just kidding.
Because we're not doing that. Bear.
What I call a wrestle.
Mhm.
That was pretty fun, actually.
See?
Yeah.
That was interesting. That was different. Because I don't think you saw us wrestle last time, did you? You were busy with your book.
Yeah. This is much better than the book.
You can mark 2 hours towards your turn. Oh god, the popping sound! I keep forgetting about that. Pop. Yeah. Anyway, you guys, Samira and Vieira, you can add 2 hours to your training.
Do we have to like one level of exhaustion? Yeah.
Yeah.
1 level of exhaustion.
Yep. Which should recover with sleep.
After
anyway,
sleep, yeah.
So
Yeah. Unless we don't sleep.
we'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. I needed that very much.
I think tomorrow is more of an endurance run rather than straining and wrestling.
Yes. You think?
Well, we can go for a run through the forest.
We could do a run and maybe a swim afterwards to cool off.
We could swim up and down the river.
We can go down upstream to make it even harder.
Yes, definitely.
I wouldn't swim in a river with the people partying in the city. It's probably gonna be gross.
I'm sure
Especially because this river is cut off. I want to point out.
Yeah.
It's more like a channel than a river.
Yeah, it's gonna be disgusting.
I mean, if we go run through the woods towards the ocean?
Well, we can run to the lighthouse, leave Cassius at the lighthouse, and then go swimming in the ocean.
Yeah, we could do that.
Wait, I'm running with you guys to the lighthouse?
Yeah. You can keep up, surely.
Or we could just trade you off as piggyback. Wait.
Could do.
Like
I
me
mean,
piggybacking? You sure?
I am the one who's supposed to be doing strength training, so...
Let's see if we can carry my fat ass.
Yes.
If you have an ass at all.
He says
Obviously.
not being fat at all.
Yeah.
No, Cassius is all lean muscle.
lean, mean fighting machine. Right.
Okay,
So Vieira's going to look around for a breath, just to double check on him, make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
But presumably, as it's nighttime now, he's probably disappeared already into the forest.
Yes.
Yeah.
He left
Take it
fresh.
pretty
If you no, you can't because you're not a cat,
Can't
so you don't
smell.
smell it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine.
He left.
She fi-
I'm fine
she figures
markers.
She figures he's safe. We can head back for the tavern.
Sorry,
Yeah.
he did leave you a dead squirrel at the bottom of the tree.
No,
Aw, so considerate.
that's cute.
That's dinner, I guess.
So, while we're walking, what are the plans for tomorrow?
Well, Cassius wants to go to the lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
You said you wanted to go and carouse the docks, didn't you?
Yes, check out that only ship that's here apparently and see if, well, I can listen to
I
Some of
love
the
that you
talk.
people are just moving a token along the map. It's just so great. sorry, you keep going. This the little joys of a GM. It's like, ah, they're using the map. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I was thinking of taking a look at any of the drinking holes for the local sailors, see what the talk of the town is, just get the mood on the ocean. Don't know what dangers lie in here, and then have a look at that ship.
Yeah, maybe some information about the crew of the Mother of Mercy. That would
Yeah,
be
we
good.
only heard they were rowdy.
Well,
Yeah.
but also trustworthy because they do transport merchants all the time. So if there was an issue, they would
True.
be known for that. So.
Sure.
Mhm.
See,
So-
if they're a rowdy bunch, then I'm sure there's rumors about them.
As you step back into the tavern, Janshai's
They get
people
out of hand,
are
spiders
there.
can throw them off the ship. Ah,
There's somebody talking to Janshai that you haven't seen in the crowd before. A woman. They seem to talk about serious stuff when you come in. As opposed to the people who are like doing a very tamed down version of the celebration in the city. Right.
Is it
Just
possible
a
to
sec.
overhear anything?
I mean, you can try. It's, they're not being quiet.
Yeah, I will try.
Samira will kneel down as if tying her shoelaces and just take a quick peek through Vinny to check if situation is still the same or safe or whatever the fuck.
Sandra seems to be back in the hospital and just resting again.
Mm-hmm. Anything different about her?
No.
Alright. Just stays back up, stands back up again.
Yeah,
as
they
if-
seem to be in
yeah.
the middle of dinner actually. As you Rosa is awake, and she's like propped up. She looks pale, but she looks, livelier. And Sansir is helping her eat, basically.
Okay. Standing back up, and once my eyes went back to normal, I just whispered to the others, grannies are back together.
Okay.
And let me dump you.
Well, did you want a perception check to see if I could overhear the conversation?
Yeah. I mean, your general perception is already like pretty high, actually. Passive. Yeah, it's fine. So Cassius, first of all, wisdom saving throw with advantage. Because there's still partying people in here. Like, not like super woo, but, happy. Yeah.
I can't roll higher than a fucking 15 on this shit.
The game wants you to party.
Yeah.
There's rum here, and it's on tap. You don't even have to pay for it.
Oh.
Oof.
And Jaden is like, come celebrate, and she's already pouring you and handing you a clay mug of fresh rum, and she even squeezes some lime kind fruit into it.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna go drink with the people, happiest people.
The wood elf is there, and he's actually looking a bit more cheerful, and he raises the mug towards again. Hey!
Hey!
Hey! Yeah, you're among your buddies.
Yeah. Also, is he sitting with a larger group of other people?
Yeah. The whole bunch of the caravan. Jansha is a bit off with this woman that you don't know. Not that you care at the moment because you're very much focused on the entire crowd. It's basically the caravan plus some additional people. There's the Bobek is not there, but Serafina is there, and she's celebrating with everyone else. So. Yep. It's basically the caravan plus some people from the neighborhood, presumably. You don't know. Some of them are actually from the previous crowd from the previous evening, right? So
I'm gonna sit back
to squeeze myself. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that I was gonna sit nearby to the throng of people, so that I'm still in earshot of Cassius if he says anything stupid in party mode. But
Carlos says a lot of stupid things, so.
Yeah. Okay, so first of Vieira, who's paying attention to the conversation between Janshai and whoever this is. From first glance, and you have seen now enough during your 1.5 months or 2 months of travel, right? This woman doesn't look like an official guard, but she has that capable. She doesn't wear armor per se. She is kind of resting a hand idly on a staff that's on the table that you put, right? But the way she's handling herself, as in you see that there's no visible coin pouch on her, right? It's very practical clothing. It's
she seems like she's on duty.
She seems like on duty, and through the rolled up sleeves, you also see serious muscle, right? It's not the muscle bulk. It's the lean muscle of a capable athlete, right? And you know this, because you have been enough around rangers to see how somebody looks who is capable at physical things, right?
Yeah.
She has brown hair that's combed over, almost like a disconnected undercut on one side, the hair is a bit shorter or brushed over to one side, and it's practical, and in a way where you can also see it could be tied back very quickly if it's in the way. She's still very feminine, but you can, by the movements and the way she sits, she's either very athletic or capable of fighting, because you've seen that type before, right? And it's also confirmed by the conversation, because what is going on at the moment is she's asking Janshai about the attack. What they have seen, what they have heard, what went down, and basically Janshai reiterating. You're kind of in the middle of it that you're appearing, right? Yeah. So you're kind of catching the tail end, and basically her actually asking additional questions, are you sure you haven't seen? And basically the same spots that were kind of weird to you are weird to her as well, right? So she's double checking, and then she's also especially checking on are you sure you haven't seen their faces? What have you seen? Right. So yeah, that's basically the conversation.
Eyes up, Samira. Looks like the capable guard is questioning Janshai about the
think we're next?
I don't know. He may point out that we were involved as we've just arrived. So.
And that's her face.
Should I get Cassius?
I'd say leave him be for now. Let him enjoy it. He's safe enough here.
And then eventually she finishes up, right? And kind of Jansha is offering her a drink, and she's no thanks, in a very, very friendly way, picks up the staff, like gives the entire place, and again, you've seen this before, good once over. Notices, like pinpoints basically the three of you immediately, but there's like a brief eye contact and immediately like moving on. And she's like nodding to Jaden. Jaden's like waves, and then she walks out. And she gone.
Not tonight,
Not
I guess.
turn. Yes.
I'm gonna go and see how Seraphina's doing.
Alright.
Yeah. You can. Seraphina is celebrating with the rest of them.
I'm basically
well, how is
going
Cassius
to...
doing in the meantime? What you doing? What you doing? So we
Yeah,
have
just,
a impression here of like drink.
No, I think it's probably because the mood was they're a bit more tame than the
yeah.
people
It's
in the
not
city,
like
so-
super rowdy. It's not like
Yeah.
woo party. It's more like friends drinking and just enjoying the evening with each
Yeah.
other, right?
Yeah, so he will match that basically. So he's just talking.
And
with,
it's the first time you see the wood elf smiling, basically.
Yeah, actually, he's probably talking with the wood elf because that's like, hey, that's interesting. But just like talking how his day was, like if he's faring well in the city.
Seraphina's drinking less, right? Basically, drinking wise, Carrick and Donald is not being allowed to drink. He's trying. They slap him on the hand and give him juice, right? So like, no matter how much everyone is drinking, they're still paying attention that the boy who's clearly underage is not getting wasted or drinking at all, right?
Good to know.
But yeah, everyone is there, minus, like I said, the Bolbeck. Seraphina is drinking the least of all of them. So yeah, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, no, I'm basically just making small talk, not very important stuff, but just mingling. And eating. Is there food?
I mean, yeah, there is food.
Oh, eating.
Yeah. There is dumplings.
Ooh.
Sticky dumplings, and actually everyone will explain to you that this is why it's called Jaden Sticky, because she has the best sticky dumplings in town. Pot stickers, right?
Very nice. Very nice.
Does it look recognizable as actual food Vieira would eat?
Yes, it's actually, it doesn't contain meat. It's mostly vegetables and some fish.
Skip?
You're not eating? Come on.
I'll skip.
There's also fresh baked fish, river fish, fish fillets, and veggies.
I'll skip. I'm just gonna head over to Seraphina and see if I can worm my way into sitting down next to her.
Yeah, no problem.
And basically wait for someone, if anybody's sitting next to her, wait for them to get up to go over and talk to Jadine or do whatever, and then sit down in their spot.
The wood elf, Selene will cheers to you and smile.
Cheers. How are you doing, Seraphina?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm a bit sore still, but the healer did a good job, and of course your friend helped quite a bit. Keep the scar small.
Yes. Good. I'm glad to see that you're recovering. I take it Lady de Bolbeck is okay?
Yes, she is. She is already planning the hunt. She is not much for all these celebrations, so she's spending most of her time, the usual, arranging trade and in her room. And
good. Okay. Do you remember the attackers?
I remember getting bolts into my chest.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't remember anything. I heard the sound, and I think that sound will forever be etched into my head. And then it went dark.
I suspected as much. what I wanted to do is just give you a little bit of a forewarning, because you wouldn't recognize them. They are 3 old ladies. You've probably heard the others say as much. And Vieira will
yes,
repeat their
Cassius
names.
spoke about it.
Rosa, Sanzia, and the other one, who I forget.
Jackie.
I don't know who they are. I mean, I don't know why they would have a grudge.
Me neither, but the point is you wouldn't recognize the danger if they were walking straight at you. So I'm going to do my best job of describing them to you, so that if you do see them, you can at least be prepared this time.
All right, I would appreciate it. She kind of shoves her drink to the side, and like leans in. It's like, kind of like pats her cheek.
Vieira's going to give her as thorough a description as she can of the 3 women. We do know currently that they are in the hospital. One of them got injured by falling onto someone else's poison dagger, it seems. And they're recovering there.
Unfortunate. She kind of tilts her head, but she's grinning.
Yes, she gets a kind of cunning smile from Vieira in agreement.
Yeah.
We are keeping tabs on them. The plan is that I suspect we're going to get questioned at some point. So we...
Oh yeah, there was somebody earlier, and she kind of looks around to see if she's still there, asking us all questions.
Who is she? Do you know?
Apparently a mercenary who was hired by the guard because there's a reward, obviously. And
why isn't the guard dealing with it? I thought this sort of stuff was
Taria has a complicated history, and it's a complicated position among the mainlands. You see, it was historically difficult when all of the people found themselves here 400 years ago. Some not so friendly towards each other in the original territories found themselves much closer together than they were happy about. But people found out very quickly that, there wasn't that much space, and that a war, or any fighting really, would have not really been beneficial. But Tari is in a special position because it is a drive-through between the 2 mainlands. It's the main trading route. The deeper waters are a bit more dangerous. And therefore, the route where Taria is a bit safer to travel even during the more risky months, which is why the 2 opposing continents are very keen on maintaining this as neutral ground. And none of the opposing sides would allow for the other side to prevail. But when it comes in matters of outsiders causing trouble, we usually bring in outsiders to deal with it, so we, as the island, don't get into danger of angering any side. Because we are very keen on maintaining our neutrality. So if people are causing trouble that are our people, we take care of them. But if it is outsiders, and if it's especially something as bad as this, we call in outsiders to deal with it. So if something goes wrong,
is it just the one mercenary?
I mean, I don't know if others were deployed, but she came here to ask because we were the last one being attacked.
Sure. Okay. Well, hopefully that gives you a little bit more information to be prepared next time, just in case.
But if you're interested in additional coin, the guard does offer a substantial rewards for catching them. I mean, you are outsiders after all, so you could benefit from it.
We faced them once and lost as well.
Well, so maybe you want to work together with that woman. She seems capable.
I think it's probably safer if we leave it to more capable hands. other.
I don't blame you.
concerns.
I don't blame you at all.
But you never know. So, anyway, looks like there's a festival to enjoy. So we're here
Do you want a
we're
drink?
here to have fun.
We have, I think, also wine if you do not enjoy rum.
If it's of a fruit kind, then
Well,
yes.
I mean, the rum is made from the sugarcane from the village of Zir.
Definitely not the rum. Definitely the wine.
The wine. Okay, and she like brings a closer pitcher and pours you some very sweet red wine.
Mm-hmm. And she will drink.
Okay.
At this point, Samira will have finished dinner, and she casts message towards Vera and just says through it, just wanted to let you know, I'm gonna head up early so you know where I am. See you later then. I hope this went through. I just trying shit out.
Mentally, because Viera has no idea how this works, she will mentally respond with an okay.
That
Can you
Samira
hear
doesn't
this?
hear.
Samira just shrugs and goes towards the room and spends the evening basically stewing and incorporating the different outfits she's got today into something more customized, and just starts doing a quiet evening.
Okay, so what are people doing for the rest of the night?
Idle conversation with I've forgotten her name now. Seraphina. I kept wanting to say Seragrin for some reason. Seraphina, and basically keeping an eye on Cassius, even though he doesn't know it.
Selena will try to get your attention at some point.
She'll engage him in idle banter, but
it's not
nothing
flirting.
of any...
I want to point out, it's more of you can see that he is eager to talk to another elf.
She'll face him expectantly.
Well, no, I'm just saying that he will do like idle conversation, but it's more like he's not hitting on you. It's more he just tries to talk to another elf, right?
Is he talking common though?
Yeah.
At some point she'll mix in Sylvan words and see if he still understands the conversation or if he kind of stops a little bit.
No, he will like, I know the language, I recognize the sound of it, but I don't speak it, and then he will continue in Elven, which is, you realize, it is Elven, but not your Elven.
Yeah.
You have like a moment of the like strange sensation of like,
there's a dialect shift. Almost,
it's not just a dialect shift. You know, this is a different language, but it is actually in your brain Elven. So you have this like short moment. It's like, oh, somebody repacked my brain. Oh, great.
Yeah.
But yeah, but you have now the conversation, the confirmation. It's like, yeah, Elven exists, and you actually do speak it.
Mm-hmm.
And he recognizes Sylvan. Yeah,
it's a different language.
Yeah.
So that's good. She's not gonna say anything or give away anything or say what they've been up to or where they're from or anything like that. It's just
he will give you general like, oh, where you're from, like how, like what kind of tribe did you grow up in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, like if you just describe a generic forest, he will like nod in agreement because there's enough forest that he can mentally pinpoint it, right?
Yeah. She's not going to give away any specific personal info. Any generic stuff, sure.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like you realize that he's a lonely soul, right?
Mm-hmm. she's basically just going to put up with the conversation whilst keeping an eye on Cassius.
He will get the hint that you're not too interested in talking to him, so eventually he will like cheers you and leave you to it, right?
Sure.
So yeah, Cassius.
Yeah, probably at some point talking with Janshai because he was friendly as
Yeah,
well.
he will join you after the conversation with that woman.
So, how's things? Enjoyed the party so far?
I mean, I haven't enough drinks. Give me a drink, and he like and then there's like a cheers, and he gets his drink into his hand. So yeah. So yeah, he's like, how's it going? Have you enjoyed the celebrations in the city?
Yeah, it was great. There's a lot of people. They were having a good time. Got some new clothes. It's perfect. And like pointing at mine now, fancy red, fine clothes, dark red.
Very handsome, very handsome. I bet
Yeah,
the ladies
right?
love you.
They always do.
He gives you a wink.
No, it was really good. It was really great. Nothing really special. We also visited the library, which was very interesting.
Oh, to the library in the middle of the celebrations.
Yeah, I have weird friends. I don't know. But no, it was actually it was nice. It was a nice break, but then it was good to get back into it. So yeah, did you talk with you're going to report?
Oh yeah, I mentioned you, Frey, to the woman who has been sent here. She's a mercenary, the outsider, who came to investigate, apparently, and of course, because we have been the last ones to be attacked, she came to ask questions to confirm the story. And I mentioned your names. I hope that is all right.
That's probably fine.
Yeah.
You already mentioned there was probably a probability that we would need to give some account.
So if you do not show up tomorrow in the garrison, if you don't have time, then she will probably come back and ask more questions.
Okay. I think we had some plans.
Because you have seen the faces, we haven't.
Yeah. Yeah. Where is the garrison actually exactly?
Oh, well, you have been to the library. That square. Behind the library, it's hard to miss. You just go across the square.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
You usually have very obvious guards in front of the entrance.
I would figure, yeah. No, great. No,
they even have helmets. And tabards. Like the mainlanders. You know, like in Hohia.
Sure. Yeah.
He's like,
yeah.
I don't He's trying to impress you a bit, right? It's like, hey, we're not a backwater shithole, right? So like, we have, city stuff as well. Yeah.
Guards. Wow.
Yeah.
No walls, but guards.
Did you say that out loud?
No. I don't want to spoil the mood. I'm being friendly. No, I'm basically gonna just chat with him a little bit.
Okay.
Actually, no, I'm gonna ask him if he knows. So, do you know the We heard some interesting things about a guy in a lighthouse.
Oh,
do you
Lord
know
Blackrock.
More? Yeah.
Who wouldn't know of him? He's a recluse. Good man. He has helped build the city originally. Lighthouse is his contribution. He helped with some enchantments, among others, the enchantment in the lighthouse that provides the light for the lighthouse. He keeps mostly to himself, as far as I know. But we don't judge. We never had any trouble with him. He's been here from the very beginning. He came here with the tieflings.
Yeah, that's what we gathered as well. But you never talked to him.
I have never talked to him personally. Okay. I never had reason to.
But do people talk with him? Do people go up
I
to him?
do assume.
Okay.
I do assume he doesn't come. I think he comes occasionally to the city for. I do think maybe he should have. I mean, he needs supplies. Even I do think they eat. And he like pauses, looks around at the tieflings like to see if they heard him, and like I think he eats. I'm not sure. He's very old. If you know, you get my drift. Like, I mean, they live a while. I mean, I'm human, so we don't live that long. But
yeah.
I think
Sadly.
that from what I've heard, it's like he's like really old, like hundreds of years, maybe even thousands. Who knows?
Really? Huh. Impressive. Oh. Probably figure out what he's like.
As far as I know, he led them here originally.
And he does enchantments, you said.
Well, I mean, he's a magister, yes. He's a, what do you call it? A mage, a wizard.
Wizard, yeah. Okay. Good to know.
And I was never in need of magical services. I wouldn't even go there, honestly. I mean, he never caused trouble. I'm not worried that way, but you know, better not anger the wrong people.
Do we get like a scared feeling from him?
No, you get I'm not sure of what I'm talking about feeling.
Okay.
And also a careful glancing around that he's not talking trash about, you know, tieflings and fiends in general, because there are a few tieflings here, including Jadine, right? It's not like, it's not the hostile kind of racism, but it's like the awareness that tieflings do stem from fiends, and you can see that he knows nothing about fiends. So like, there's probably all matters in his, like, you know, imagination of like what fiends are like.
Yeah. No, I think Cassie will probably just like shift the conversation over to just more casual stuff after that. And yeah, just basically out of the chatter, and I will now roll constitution checks because I'm drinking.
Yeah. I mean,
looking good.
You're looking good.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think I'll stay until it's kind of like died down a little bit. It's probably as soon as people are heading to bed.
They're not gonna stay. Like, basically, this is about the time where like it really breaks off, and like, you know, people go home or they go up to the rooms, and like you see, like the crowd here is not the type of crowd that goes partying until late in the night. They like have a nice evening and then they go sleep. And actually, of all the people who drank the most, it was actually Selenwe, right, the wood elf.
How plastered is he?
He fell asleep in the corner, hugging a cup, right.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we'll probably at some point just like, is VR still in the common room?
Yep. She is sitting behind you, basically, but not right behind you, like 10 feet away. And she's just got an empty wine glass sitting on the table in front of her.
How are you feeling, VR?
Fine. How are you feeling?
Better. Pretty good. Yeah, this is chill.
Calm and enjoyable. Yes.
Yeah.
You thinking about heading to bed?
It's probably smart. Probably some things to do tomorrow.
Are you interested in taking a watch?
Not particularly. Do you think we need to?
I think Samira probably needs to get woken up at some point just to check where they are.
Okay.
But apart from that, probably not. I think we're safe enough here.
Yeah. So, you're alright with, you know, Ibraf being out there? you being here? I know we
Not
kind
really.
of like skipped over it, but
Not really. But he didn't want to be in the city, and I don't blame him. And we agreed that we would stick together. So here I am, and there he is. I can find him very easily, very quickly, if I need to.
Yeah. I think maybe as soon as these like grannies are locked up, you can probably just head into the forest and do your thing. I mean, I would like it if you're hanging with us, but if we're gonna do our like training stuff anyway, but it would be cool if you're in the city as well.
I'm not overly fond of it. I tend to prefer to stick to the outskirts rather than the throngs of people. So I'm not a fan of crowds.
Yeah, but what if you see it as training? Because I was in the forest for quite a bit, and it wasn't my favorite place. It's still not my favorite place. But I learned quite a few things.
Oh, I'm down for learning things.
Oh.
But I don't really see how congregating in a throng of festival goers is going to teach me much. Certainly learned a lot about crossing the rooftops.
Sure. How was that?
A few loose tiles here and there, but for the most part, I can remain pretty unseen when it's foggy and misty as well, moving through those. Although we probably have a curious spot now, given that he's seen the big cat.
Yeah.
And given that the big cat is the same as His Highness, whoever that is, he's probably more than a little curious.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still... Well, it's probably not none of our business, and it seems like I said, he doesn't really want to be found, maybe?
Possibly.
If he's,
or
like, invading them?
It seems like he is known as a capable person, but even this disappearance is unusual for him. So I doubt it's out of choice. However, the reward for finding him is probably all the mice you can eat.
Tempting, but
So
maybe...
I'm curious to find him potentially, not necessarily for any reward. So whilst you guys are busy exploring the town, that might be something that I have a look into. Just to see if there is anything nefarious about it or not. If it is that he's just disappeared because he wanted to, then I will leave him unfound.
Yeah.
So, but I have a good idea of where to start. Though I suspect it will probably pick up Ibrath rather than him.
With, like... How do you mean?
I can track humans pretty well. I can sort of do the same with beasts, but this seems to be something the tower has given me, rather than something I had before it.
Oh, like I was thinking tracking, like just like looking at footprints, but you mean like...
I mean closing my eyes and it saying a mile in that direction.
Oh, what you did with the old ladies, that thing.
Sort of, but I can't do that with bestial creatures. I can do that with humanoid creatures.
Huh.
From what I can gather.
So it just like can you like explain it to me how it does it feel? Because you close your eyes, you say something, and they're like 3 miles away. Like, how do you locate them?
It's difficult to describe. Essentially, I can hear a heartbeat.
Creepy.
Which is sort of like me tuning into the heartbeat of all of the life around me, though specifically only towards humans. I can't detect beasts or anything else. And I wouldn't know how to begin to describe it. It's almost like all life is connected, and I'm looking down those pieces of string that connect you to me.
Okay.
And that's how it tells me you are in that direction, because the string goes that way. And I know the string is roughly this long.
Okay. But does it like feel different for different people? Like, can you specify? Okay, this one is this one, or
I can't pick out individuals, if that's what you mean.
yeah.
I know how many there are. I know where they are, roughly. I don't know they're exactly 110 feet that way. I know that they are roughly 100 feet that way. It's kind of almost kind of an estimate. But I know that there are 2 or 3 or 8 sitting together. Like earlier when you wandered off into the marketplace to enjoy yourself briefly. There are 38 people within the city who are human.
Oh, 38. Seems
Precisely.
kind of low.
Well, there's a lot of tieflings and hornmanny and earsmanny and
True. Yeah.
or everything in between, I guess. So dwarves as well, presumably. I climbed up onto the rooftop and I could see at least a couple of dwarves. I didn't see Sanzia though. But yeah, it's something I'm still getting used to as well, I think. I can probably tailor it so that if I wanted to try and detect dwarves specifically, I could probably do that too. But I'm not sure. But anyway, we digress. Being able to detect shadow panthers, as they're called, is something else I can probably do with the gifts from the tower. So I may give that a go just to see if he's anywhere nearby.
Yeah. Let us know how it goes, because, well, you might not be interested in potential reward. I am.
Yeah. Well, the ambassador cat, I presume, would find us some sort of reward that is fitting as well, because they do seem extremely concerned.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, something to investigate maybe, but let's see. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. So tomorrow we're going to the tower, the lighthouse?
I would say so, yeah. Jansha actually told me that because we're still going to be questioned, interrogated, or however you want to call it, asked questions about.
By that mercenary.
Yeah, I think so. And he said that if we could go to the garrison, just like go ourselves, or if we had plans, they would probably just find us here again, which I think is fine. I don't think we should necessarily go there.
She's already seen where we are, so she knows where to come and find us if she needs to. I would let her come to us.
I think so too. I think it would be better not to be on...
Well, she might be busy doing other things when we turn up there. It'd be a waste of both of our times. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, Samira wants to go around the docks and stuff as well, I think. So I think we both, or you both, have completely different things you want to do tomorrow. But we should stay together while the 3 are still free, so to speak.
Yeah, possibly.
But yeah. Other than that, I was just going to make sure that you were okay before heading off to bed, and then I was going to go and check on Mateo, because he's probably bored out of his brains.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll stand up and go to the room.
Yeah, in the meantime, Samira's been spending her hours by cantrip light, taking apart one of the outfits and modifying the other more to her tastes, and with embroidery and extra ruffles and shit like that. So it's still local-ish, but more to her tastes.
Okay.
And with the window open, just listening to the music going on in the background, and occasionally recognizing a bit of a tune, a similarity to things that she knows, and starts under her breath singing along. And like after 2-3 hours, she takes a break for a bit, stretches back, and goes to the window, stares at the sky for quite a few minutes.
With the pale ball up there. Yep.
Yeah, just the unrecognizable night sky. And takes out the portrait from her handy haversack and just stares down at it in her hands, just... was this worth it? And just tries to kind of making connection.
Okay. Roll me a spell casting ability thingy. You know how Cassius had his thing.
Yeah,
last time.
is it with...
D20 plus your spell modifier.
Yeah, spell modifier plus proficiency.
Oh, plus proficiency. Okay, let me then. Yeah, let me just D20.
Spell attack modifier, basically.
Just a sec. I'm gonna do this manually. There we go. Fuck, that sucks.
She needs tutting in disappointment.
Maybe you're just
really
too tired.
Wanted.
Has to have been worth it. Just she puts it back in her backpack. Just disappointed. Just continues staring at the sky for an hour. Then, as I'm guessing,
roll me an insight check, please.
Insight. Let me just... That sucks. Oh, not bad roll.
Because you spent there sitting there for an hour staring at it. Like, as you stare up at the quote-unquote moon/sun/sun, S-O-N, you start feeling an odd sense of longing beyond the sheer Heimweh you're feeling, right?
Yeah.
I don't know the English term for Heimweh.
Homesickness?
Homesickness, thanks. Beyond the sheer homesickness. It's like, do you ever get this feeling where like you feel like you want to go places but no exact specific
Yeah.
Like you get this wanderlust, right? But it's more like you need to go somewhere, and you have this like echoing sense of that, and you kind of shake it and it passes.
It's getting way too late. I'm just imagining things. And she goes back, and she goes to bed. Sorry. And on the is there like any paper around in the room?
No.
Okay, and she just goes to bed.
Yeah. I think that's not gonna be very far away from when Cassius is coming back, right? So basically, you would have been like going to bed, and then like a few minutes later, Cassius would have come back to the room.
Yeah, if she's in bed, I'm just gonna not wake her up. Just stealth over to my own bed.
Yeah, you're watching Cassius stealth over to his bed.
It's not like stealth over, it's just like not like barging in as a motherfucker.
Yeah. Hey, I'm back!
Not,
oh
exactly not that.
Yeah.
Because he's relatively calm now.
Yeah.
She just says a quiet goodnight and then just closes her eyes.
Good night.
Viera, you're checking on Matteo?
Yes, I am gonna head out to the stable a bit and check on Matteo.
Matteo's hanging out with the horses from the caravan.
Oh.
He seems in the box next to Duchess. Seems very friendly with her. Although they're napping now. But with
they're
heads,
napping.
yeah, it's night.
Heads drooping.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's like standing closer to the box where Duchess is than to the other horses.
Yeah.
She's much bigger
That's
than
fine.
he is.
Yes. Poor Mateo.
I mean,
Okay.
otherwise he looks very well taken care of, as well as the horses.
I assume there is a stable hand, or is it?
You find the
barkeep?
Hero's Money boy that you saw the first time when you dropped off, and the second time when you dropped off, and he's like in a hay pile in a corner,
Passed out.
sleeping. Yeah.
Okay. And she'll just turn around and head back out. And head back into the inn.
Okay. Well, what you doing for the rest of the night? Because you're awake for quite a amount.
It's roughly midnight, so she's gonna go to sleep.
Actually, to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, we're gonna call a break at this point.
Yes, good timing.
Very good timing. So we're gonna call a break here now and be back in 10 minutes.
Alrighty.
Yep, see you then.
See you then.
Mirror back.
But otherwise.
And we're back talking about booze.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fitting.
Yeah.
That's
Awesome.
okay.
Okay. So.
Well, Lena's not back, so.
Where's Lena?
Gone to get herself alcohol.
I think so.
I'm bad influence, I see.
Yes.
Yep.
I still need to pick one more spell. What do I take?
Sorry for being late. I popped some sect and it went all over the place.
Ooh. Are you mixing it with orange juice?
I'm mixing it with apple juice.
Oh, nice. Nice. Here, wait. Here. Cheers.
Yeah, clink.
Yeah.
That was a bit loud.
Sorry. Okay.
Prost.
Prost. Let me start.
This sect here is still from New Year's and it has gold like flakes in it, so it's fancy.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you wake up with the sun being bright already for almost 2 hours.
We get a long rest?
Ooh.
Click long
Get
rest.
some hit dice back. Yeah.
Wait. Oh, hit dice.
And the exhaustion is gone.
Yeah, I think I had to manually remove that, so just as an FYI.
Yeah, I know.
Alrighty.
Alright. Wake up, feeling good?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Who wakes up first?
Probably Vera.
Probably Viera. No,
Yeah.
wait, Viera is actually not used to sleeping. Well, roll me d20, the lowest one, the highest
Then
one wakes up
probably it's
first.
gonna be Samira. She went to bed first, she was not drunk, and she's used to sleeping.
I was also not drunk.
What did you say? Lowest one wakes up first?
Roll me a d20, add your constitution modifier, and the highest one wakes up first.
Oh, all of us? Alrighty. Ah, fuck that. I want to sleep now.
I guess Vieira's not used to sleeping.
Yeah.
It's
Still
so
beat him,
fitting, so
you know.
fitting that Cassius wakes up last.
Yeah,
Yes. But only by a few minutes by the looks of it. So.
yeah. Same role, but different mod.
So yeah.
The the window's still open, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nobody closed it, so.
No.
I presume it's easy enough to climb out of the window up onto the rooftop?
No.
No.
It's an overhanging roof.
Oh.
Yeah. Downward hanging. So, and it's not even closed, so you can grab onto the edge. You have another floor above you, so to say. Yeah, no? Silence?
Yeah, I was just thinking, Vera is gonna wake up, look around, try and gauge what sort of time it is. Presumably the sun has risen?
Yeah, wait.
Okay. The other two are still asleep.
Yeah.
Is there the sound of anybody downstairs? Like
Yeah.
breakfasting?
Way in undergoing, yes. This is the
Yeah. Okay.
the faint sounds you're hearing.
She'll get up and stretch. Didn't bathe yesterday at all, so she's going to double check the other two and just make sure they're okay. Slink out of the room and then head to the bathroom, the bathing room. And then she'll try and follow what Samira did last time. A little bit confused still about the whole idea and the process.
As she's doing it, it becomes apparent that the pool is basically there's no water. Like, you would have to, like, literally bucket by bucket empty the whole thing to drain it from. There's no drain, right? It's not a natural body of water either, where, like, it naturally, like, cleans itself over time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you were to dunk yourself with all your filth, even it's like the usual daily build-up, right? It would get very filthy very quickly, at which point probably somebody would have to drain the entire thing, scrub it down, and then clean it. So it's more of a soaking tub, and you realize that the buckets and stuff are provided on the side, where you, like, and with soap, where you can scrub yourself down.
She watched Samira do it.
So but that's like the process that you understand. Like, it's maybe weird, but it's out of hygienic reason that they're doing it.
Yeah, she gathers enough. So. And Samira did kind of explain it briefly last time. So yeah, she's just gonna bathe, clean, kind of do the same to her clothes, kind of bucket out some of the water, and then kind of rinse her clothes in that. Yeah,
because you guys were, like, training last night, and then basically all sweaty and stuff, sat there in the tavern and then went to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. So she's gonna clean her clothes. The leathers she's gonna hang up in the room to kind of aerate rather than clean specifically.
Yeah, you have a rack for stuff like that.
You do not want the smell of wet leather in the room. So yeah, she's just gonna do that for a little bit, and then she's gonna kind of get herself presentable and head downstairs and see if she can get 3 plates of breakfast foods. Whatever they're serving, fruits, whatever.
Yeah, it's fresh fruits and that honeyed gruel.
Yeah, she'll get some of each for all 3 of them. And presumably it's Jadine who gives it to her.
Yes.
She will thank her and head back up to the room carrying it. And then kind of as quietly as she can, whilst carrying that many plates and bowls and stuff.
You will get a tray for it.
Okay. She'll open up the door and then slide it in. And
by then, they would have been awake. Or waking up.
Yeah, Samir would have seen the freshly washed clothing and just start gathering her shit to go wash as well.
Do you need your clothes cleaned?
Yeah, definitely need to wash them.
I mean, then they're gonna be wet. I could do it in a jiffy.
But how thoroughly is that?
I snap my fingers. Part of it gets clean.
I sniff it, see if it still stinks.
No, it doesn't. It's super clean. It has no smell at all, actually. Because usually washed clothes has the smell of soap that you use to wash it.
Bring the gun at her.
This is surprisingly useful. Please wash my clothing.
I mean, it's not washing, it's better. I just like do it a couple of times to just get it clean.
Smug Cass is a smug.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself.
I still need to bathe. I'm all grimy from wrestling yesterday. No idea how I went to sleep. Because I was exhausted.
Yeah, Cassis has the partial sleep, alcohol, sweat.
I need to fix my hair. Yeah, here, going to the bathing room.
Yeah. You
Let's
coming
go.
with?
Yep. Let's go.
And
Yeah,
then
probably
Vieira
this
is
way.
left behind.
Well, so we probably just head out as she's heading in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
We're gonna join you right quick, which is stinky.
Don't interrupt me if you're back too soon.
All right.
Furious, sure.
Sure.
All right. Bye.
I'll stay in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Dining room has emptied out by now. Like the caravan people are out and about.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna head to the bathing.
Yep.
So yeah, there's no privacy here, right? Like
we've cleaned ourselves in a river next to each other.
Yeah, I'm just pointing. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
It's no issue.
Yeah.
The only thing is that there's maybe cleaner water here and no animals.
Yep.
There's a trace, of course, of Vieira previously, like somebody basically washing themselves earlier here. Like part of the room is wet, obviously.
So, you had an okay night? I saw you heading up early.
Yeah, I was not very much in the mood for party, but you, guess, had fun.
Yeah, it was good. It was. I still wasn't really myself, but it was less heavy.
Out of control.
Also, yeah, there was just the mood was relaxed, I think, just more calm. So I could actually talk with some people and remember what they said, so that's good.
That's good. Yes. That's.
I mean,
certainly improvement.
I mean, depends. Some people don't really have much interesting to say, so it's better if you don't remember. It's just background information.
I mean, rare to find someone who's actually, interesting in terms like that. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I think the Gensha is pretty cool. The others, I don't know really.
Really, I've been avoiding him since he just continued asking questions.
Yeah. And there was a little bit less of that. He was still trying it, but I think he gets, or at least I didn't really talk about it so much, so I think at some point he just gave up.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna continue keeping up that spiel and everything, but figure one day we're gonna tell the truth.
Are we? I don't know. I don't like telling the truth.
Well, just because you said one truth doesn't mean you don't have to follow up with a lie.
True. That's true.
It's all a measure.
Alright, get cleaned. And probably head back to eat. Get some breakfast.
Yes. See what the fuck is we're up to.
Yeah.
Okay, I will add 10 more minutes to the bathing process.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, Vieira's going to be finished if you're done in 10 minutes. She's going to ritual cast locate animals.
Mm-hmm.
And she's specifically looking for a shadow panther goes by the name of His Majesty, though the spell doesn't do that. The spell only locates the nearest Shadow Panther within 5 miles.
I was specifically looking for Shadow Panthers.
I'm specifically looking for the breed of cat that His Majesty belongs to. I only have to be, like, we got a good description from the ambassador.
Okay, yeah.
And that's all I need to be able to cast the spell, so I'm using that description to locate that creature.
So what are you going for? Because it's not like he stood there and like described to you the specific species, right? So describe it to me.
I'm looking for a Shadow Panther that is not a Brath.
But still Shadow Panther.
A Black Panther. I mean, it's the spell doesn't say I have to describe specifically.
Well, I mean, you don't know exactly what species he is, right?
I don't need to, though. I only need to know a good enough description of the type of creature I'm trying to locate.
Okay,
As I've had a description from the ambassador, I'm using the same description that I was given, because you never actually gave me one.
No, but that's why I was asking, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. You never gave me the description of what he looks like, so...
No, I didn't. He said, like, the ambassador basically pointed out that he can see how people may have confused Abrath with the ambassador, but no, it's not the same smell, right? And
so they obviously look similar to each other.
Yes. If you're looking for a creature that looks similar to Abrath, as in like cat-like, yes, you get 1 pink.
Presumably a Brath.
No, you're not looking for Shadow Panthers. You're looking for a creature that's like a Brath.
Yes.
You get 1 ping. In dead center in the city, underground.
Do I know how far underground?
Does it tell you exactly where it is? Like, how far does the spell go, actually, to begin with?
5 miles.
5 miles, yeah? And do you get the exact, or do you get an approximate?
I get the direction, I think. Let me dig it out. I think I get the direction and an estimate of the distance. But I'm going to click on it in a second.
Yeah, because he's not a computer. He's far away.
Great.
Don't consume my spell slot because it's ritual casting. I get the closest. You learn the direction and distance to the closest creature or plant.
Yeah, so you get the direction of like downwards, which lets you assume it's underground, because if you would do a mental line, that cannot possibly be.
I assume it's pointing a direct line to
Yeah.
it.
And if you then make the mental gymnastics of like following that, you make the conclusion that it's like somewhere, not quite at the market, like a bit further back, but like under, because otherwise the line wouldn't make sense.
But is it like 20 feet underground, or is it like 150 feet underground?
It's not a steep curve. It's just enough tilted that you know it's underground.
Yeah, but I do learn the rough distance away from me.
Let me give you the rough distance. Just a second. Like, GM will calculate. So, the rough distance...
It's gonna be like a diagonal line. You have to do like Pythagorean's theorem or something.
That's what the spell says I get to know. So.
About 200 feet.
Okay, so not very far at all.
No.
Especially at that angle, so probably 15, 20.
Nothing in the city is very far at all to begin with. Like, just saying. As long as it's a city, it's not very far at all.
But it's about 150 feet from us to the market.
No, from you to the market, it's 350 feet.
Oh, okay.
In a straight line.
This side of the he's this side of the market.
Yeah, I said before the market.
Right. Oh, I thought you said
the back.
other side of the market.
No, I said further back, like towards you.
Oh, I took further back as being further away.
Yeah, I also forget that you cannot see my hand movement as I'm describing this.
No, I can't because I'm downstairs.
Yeah, it's
not
like
even
I'm
at the
waving
computer.
towards me, further back, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And she's obviously going to finish that spell before the other two come back.
Yeah.
And she's going to stand up and continue eating the remainder of her breakfast, and then
Then they will
obviously
be back.
roughly when they come back.
Mm-hmm.
Can we disturb you now? Just peeking in
yeah.
the room.
Yeah, of course.
Barged in.
Okay.
What's up?
Be my guest. All right. So, what did you do sitting down to eat as well?
I located the His Highness, so to speak.
Oh.
So it worked.
Or at least something matching that description.
Ah. Well, congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
And where is he?
Under the city.
Oh. Oh.
Interesting.
Does the city have hidden passages?
Or basements,
Mm.
possibly.
I don't like cities with hidden passages.
No, they're great.
Pretty sure every city has hidden passages, doesn't it?
Oh, you
Yeah.
don't know hidden passages like Termy has.
I think, yeah, that's. I don't hope it's that, because I heard some pretty crazy shit about that place.
Yeah, you don't wander into those.
Yeah. So we basically lived in the same city of Viera for a while, apparently, and this city has kind of like a maze.
Hidden passages?
Yeah,
A
but
lot
it's
of
like,
them.
but like fucked on, and people disappear in them,
missing,
and
disappear.
like floating hands in the harbor and shit. It's
yeah, they
awful.
sometimes appear like dead.
Yep, or parts of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
If they're lucky.
Hey Vieira, the more they describe cities to you, the less you like them.
Surprised?
Cassie just looks excited.
Somebody just look, not again. Just fuck that shit.
So, underground. You know who might know about passages under the city? One of the people that helped build it.
The old goat in the lighthouse.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to call him a goat.
I don't think you would call him an old goat.
I'm not going to be calling him anything to his face, because only Cassius is the one going in.
Are we still going to do that combined going to the tower and exercise thing, or because it's still pretty early?
I mean, it's only going to take us 5 minutes to run there. So
True. That's not really an endurance run.
No,
that's more
not,
of like
not particularly.
Yeah.
But it's good to keep things up. So yes, we'll still do it. But
and you have the coast right there as well, by the way.
And one of you is going to be carrying me, right?
Me.
Alright.
Not sure how that's going to work.
Me neither.
Be prepared for me to turn into a bear if I can't manage.
Dick.
Just saying. Or maybe even the... I haven't tried the queen spider.
No. Bear. Please. Come on.
You sure?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
I was excited about riding a bear. I'm less excited about riding a fucking spider.
But it's got two heads.
That makes it worse.
One of them can look at you while
No.
the other one knows where it's going.
No.
That sounds delightful.
Border. Here's another border. Fuck spiders.
But they have their uses. So
I'm sure they do.
apparently Spot is listening into the conversation.
No!
I knew it.
Ignore the wizard behind the screen!
Is the window still open? Or
The window is still open.
You can use Tom 30 to shut the window, so shuts.
Oh, that's an interesting use.
yeah, like there's some things like I was testing this out while we were like doing our training stuff in the village in Zier, and
I
there's
didn't
like
know they had any
many.
windows in here.
They do.
He just looks stunned. He's like,
They do have
Oh.
shutters as well.
huh?
They do have
Shutters,
windows and
yeah.
shutters. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
Thanks for saving my ass.
Yeah, but it does make you pause for a second. It's like, wait a second, do they oh, yes, they do. Yeah, squints at the air. I was like, fuck's sake.
How's your head this morning, Cassius?
Pretty good. Yeah, I think I managed to power through it.
Good.
All right. We're wasting daylight, so let's go on the jog.
Cassius is going to the lighthouse. Samira, what are you doing? Because obviously you don't want to go in.
Well, I'm not going in. Depends on if Cassius wants us to be nearby.
He said he wanted us nearby, just in case. I don't think
Okay, so we're staying. I'm gonna. It's right by the shore, so I'm just gonna go and go towards the shore.
Maybe we can see if there are any of these. I mean, what was it you wanted to do at the docks? You wanted to go and find information, or?
Well, in the afternoon, I wanted to go feel out some of the talk and the rumor and just the local gossip among the sailors to hear just what the situation is with everything.
And find out more about that boat, maybe.
And yes, that boat as well. And the crew. And I'm figuring that's more of an afternoon situation. Once more people are getting into the cups.
Sure.
And free to talk.
I was actually thinking, if so, I think I wanted, if he offers or if I can pay him for something, I do want to do some training, so that might take a while.
Oh.
Is it okay if you guys just like hang outside for a bit and I just like come back and tell you if everything is okay? Well, if it's not okay, you'll probably hear me screaming, but if I then stay for a while and you just like, and then you can go do your stuff, I think I'll be good.
How far does your message thing go? And did you get a response last night, Samira, from me when you did your message thing?
I didn't.
Should we test it out first?
Yes, you just wait here. And Samira starts walking outside the door, closing the door, and just a bit further down the stairs, just trying out the message again at Cassius this time. Can you hear me? And can you reply to this?
You can't think it. You've got to say it, I think, if she's asking, if she's talking to you. I found...
well, Samira, you're here. Alright.
She sent me the message last night, and I mentally replied.
Yeah, she comes storming up. You said alright?
No.
I mean, you did. I could hear you.
I? Oh, yeah, that was the last thing I said,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so like no, Cass is like, what?
Did I? Yeah, no, I think I did. I talk a lot.
And,
I don't keep track.
And Vera wouldn't have heard that. Vera wouldn't have heard that.
Yeah.
You said alright?
Yeah.
So I heard you. What did you do?
Oh, we were talking.
I said it.
So, but I take it. I take it you got a message then?
Yeah, I heard Samira talking to me.
And then you said alright.
And then I said alright.
So it's whatever you say afterwards.
Mind you, Vera, you just saw him mouth the word alright. You didn't hear him say alright.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can you try it again? I want to like focus on this now.
Okay. And she just runs back.
No, don't go out the room. Just we'll turn our backs. Or do you actually have to say the spell out loud?
Well, I talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's talking. Okay. So yeah, jump outside the door then, I guess.
Okay. Say something more than alright now.
Alright, I can hear you.
Yeah, Vera, you can see him mouthing things.
But I can't lip read, so I have no idea what he says.
No, I think that alright is something that you would recognize easily, but then, you know, whatever. It looks like he's just mouthing things silently.
Some more things.
Stomping back into the room. So that worked.
Yeah, I heard you. That was pretty good.
Interesting. Like, do you know that you're talking but not talking, Cassius?
To you, Cassius, it's normal.
I was just talking. You didn't hear me talk.
You're actually silent when you reply. I can
Oh.
see your lips moving,
Ooh.
but that's it.
That's useful.
That's useful to know. So
That's
at least you know that you're not. So do you actually? Okay, so Samira back outside. Cassius stay inside.
I'm gonna go a bit further now. See if I go across some range.
I'm going to come with Samira because I want to know if you make a noise when you do it.
I start marching outside of the tab front door and trying the message
nods
again.
at you as you guys walk out. Spot
back.
is on the roof, and he
Okay.
sits up, perks up because he saw you coming out.
So, can you hear this now?
Cassius?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I can hear you. Where are you?
Okay.
Are you here? Where are you?
Question is, how far away am I? This is 120 foot range.
No, that's not 100. If you go just outside the house, it's not 120 feet.
You're like 30 feet away, tops. So.
Okay.
The question is, did I hear Samira or
Nope.
was she... Okay. Interesting. So you're silent when you do it as well.
Really?
Yeah. Your lips move, but you don't make a noise. So that's good to know, given that we can respond even if we're in situations where we
and by the way, I just want to point out OC, because the spell technically doesn't limit you in how much you can say, but it's a 1 action cast, so it's a 6-second thing, and I did count. It should be about 25 words, just like sending.
Okay.
So I would say up to 25 words in either direction, right? I mean, 25 plus 25, basically. 25 for sending, 25 for the response.
So I don't know that, so I'm just gonna natter on.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that over the course of the next 10 minutes, we're going to test both the range and the number of words.
Yeah, okay, so eventually you will figure out that basically the 26th word is spoken out loud.
Right. And Cassius doesn't hear you because what we'll do is say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and just count and then ask him how many times to, and basically get him to reply with what he hears.
That's useful.
But yeah, so if you spend the next 10 minutes figuring this out, range, and you would have to proper walk away. You kind of figure out it's about 120 feet.
Yeah,
you don't need to
downriver.
You don't need to specifically see the person, but you kind of have to approximately know in which direction they are. If you basically turn into a different direction, it fails entirely. You have to get the direction at least. Approximately. Doesn't have to be exact because it does travel around corners.
Okay, let's go back into a room and we can.
Oh wow.
This is gonna be very.
I also think do check if it has limitations as in thickness of walls and stuff like that.
Yeah, it does. 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of
stone, 1 inch of column,
3 feet of wood.
So actually, relatively quickly after leaving the house, it would have stopped working because you have multiple walls in between.
Well, except that we have only the bedroom wall on the outside of our room.
It goes around corners.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, but depends on which angle you take. I don't know which direction you went after you walked away. I guess down the river.
I think we went downwards.
Yeah, that would be fine. So you don't know the exact all the you don't know the thickness yet, but you would know that it's about 120 feet.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, reconvening at the inn room.
Presumably you can use this for anybody.
I think so. I mean,
There's,
as long as they're in range and I know where they are.
Yeah, it was
Just
it's good. It was interesting to see, but
there's,
can you also do it with multiple people at a time?
Yeah.
Or
No,
just me?
don't think so.
Oh,
Didn't try. I'll try and do both
I
of us
don't think
right
so.
now. If we turn around, we are not going to hear you. We're going to hear you through the spell if you do it.
Okay, I'm gonna finger gun and try to say, can any of you hear me?
And presumably,
And
it's
it doesn't work.
50-50 as to whoever you
Roll
finger
me.
gun first.
Yeah, roll me. Toss me a coin.
Which one of your finger guns is faster?
1 Viera, 2 is Cassius.
I'm just left out.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you. It's me.
Luigi.
Look at Vera.
You heard me.
Did you hear anything?
Nope.
Oh.
I heard you say.
Heard you.
No, I didn't hear you say anything.
No, I replied, so with the message.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Just one.
Alright, that. Good to know. And if you go into the tower, then I can contact you and you can tell me if you're still alive.
Well, let's just do it maybe because maybe he can like detect if we're doing it, and maybe that's not polite, and I don't want to get like my face ripped off for like Cass doing magic without him knowing so. So let's just go to the tower. I go in, I ask him, a bunch of questions. You guys hang out, and then I ask I ask him about the training. If he says yes, then I'm gonna come out to you guys and
Let
say,
us know.
good to go.
Okay.
Okay. And if you're training, then I propose we could do some training as well, since we're already at the ocean.
Don't you want? Yeah, I mean we could.
Yeah, because of the
Keep in
docks,
mind-
like I mentioned, I'd want to do in the evening.
Keep in mind that you will be very tired afterwards.
I know, but it's just a night of talking. I'm not planning to go on a fight or something.
Okay. Sure, if you're happy to do that, we can do the training. We can do a lot more training if you want.
Yes, since I am planning to spend a lot of the evening in drinking pubs and holes. I don't think I would have time to train at dusk, anyways.
Yeah.
I kind of want to join with that.
The drinking in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean, you're pretty good with people, so
you're
it
going to
should
be
helpful.
too busy doing your wizardly stuff, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what maybe he just says fuck off.
He may well do.
I mean, no time to find out now.
Didn't somebody say bring wine?
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe you should buy some wine before we arrive.
Yes. I'm just gonna go head down to the tavern.
Jadine probably knows some good wine.
Yeah.
Sadly, we don't have any wine still from our world because that's otherworldly wine.
Ooh, that would have been interesting.
We still have some hard liquor though.
Yeah, but that's just spirits. That's not.
wine.
That's medicinal. That's
True.
not going to be something he appreciates. I don't think.
I'm just gonna buy some wine.
We do have that potion that turns you into an ankeg briefly, or whatever. So that might be useful if he wants a bargaining chip.
Yeah,
to pay for the training.
I think you have that anyways, right?
Yeah, I still have it. Okay.
Just an idea. I mean, obviously, don't give it away. But if I can't imagine you'll ever give anything away. But if he wants payment, perhaps something like that may pay for the training.
Sure. I'm just gonna try to pay him in gold first, but sure.
Sure. Yeah. Well, let's go.
Let's get some wine and go on our way.
Piggyback time, Cassius. Get on.
Wine.
Yeah, let's jump on her back. Oh yeah, wine first.
Wine first.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so you talk to Jadine, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Jaden, not Jadine.
Yeah.
Jaden.
Yeah.
And I'll ask if I can buy one her. Like a good wine, like a very pretty high shelf wine.
She kind of thinks about it and kind of squints at you, and then you can see it's a merchant thinking, right?
It's for Lord Blackrock specifically, so I don't know if that helps.
don't have wine fine enough for that. But if you're going to see him, I would recommend going by the vineyard. They probably have something they can give you.
Oh,
Where's
okay.
that?
The vineyard.
She will give you a description. You basically follow the river up, and at the very end of the fields, before the forest starts, there's like a big mansion, so to say, which is a winery.
Spot know where it is, I presume.
I mean, do you ask her?
No, I'm asking Spot.
I mean,
I'm
you
gonna
were
head
still
outside.
inside the. Okay, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I was asking her
yeah.
where it was.
She describes like where it is, like in relation to the fields. And Spot was like, yeah, I know where it is.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Do you know where? Does Your Highness have a name?
Nachtarb.
Ooh. Nice.
Do you know that there are places under the city?
There's basements, yes. Sometimes, not many. He's yelling from the rooftop.
Not
And
many.
you guys can
good
hear it
to know.
inside, right? Because he's yelling.
Yeah. You might want to come down.
Okay! He jumps down. Lands very softly.
So, first of all, you're gonna lead us to the winery, the vineyards,
Oh, yes.
and then I've got a message for your ambassador.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Good. Okay.
All right.
Alright, I'll thank Jaden and head outside.
Jadine wishes you good luck.
Spot knows where it is.
Cassius, you can tell that she doesn't mean finding the vineyards.
Yeah, I figured. Fine. Just smirk at her. Wink. God.
Okay, so I will ping where the vineyard is. Is here.
I
Okay, I have an
figured it
idea.
was there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I figured.
That's the vineyard. It's basically a winery. It's a and they will, if you mention it's for BlackRock, it's a tiefling. It's tieflings owning it, right? And also the fields near the vineyard are vineyards, by the way. They will like
What is it they're growing?
grapes.
Grapes. Okay.
It's a
Just
vineyard.
They might have been making blackberry wine for all we know.
No, it's a proper vineyard. It's all dark grapes. I mean, you can't see actually. You recognize the type like of plant that would be something you would associate with darker grapes, right? Judging by the leaves for you, Viera.
It's too early.
It's too early. It's way too early. They just like started like tying them to the to the stuff. It's like it's mostly naked plants at this point, right? But it's like considering you've been told that this is early spring, the vegetation is very advanced already, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's bountiful earth,
Yeah.
basically. It's very fertile.
Yeah. Also, the climate is warmer, right?
Yes.
They will give you a bottle. Let me just open my list of.
Cassius, they'll give you.
No, it
Not
costs
charging.
money. Shut up.
Yeah, I will definitely try to like see if I can reduce the price, saying that it's for Lord Black Rock.
And
Persuasion
you
check.
mention that it's from their
Exactly.
vineyards.
Yes.
They're one of their fine wines.
Yes.
Oof.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see the roll. What's the roll?
There's a 22.
22.
Pretty good. Could be better.
Give me a second. Just looking up the price.
Could be a lot worse too.
Yeah, no, it's
So-
I'll take it.
22 is more than adequate.
So you get a bottle of wine, right?
Mhm.
They do produce basically a something that they don't usually sell, right? So it's fine wine. It will cost you 15 gold.
With the persuasion?
Yes.
Is that discounted?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, fine wine's not cheap. That's probably super cheap for what it is, given that they don't normally sell it.
I will look at Samira. Can I have my gold? Or can I have one more platinum of my
here you go.
gold? Thanks.
I toss it to him.
And I'll pay with the 2 platinum, so getting the how much did you say? 15?
15.
So getting 5 gold back. Okay.
So yeah.
Very fine wine. Alright.
Alright.
Good to go?
Pick it back right up.
If I'm carrying this bottle, and you're gonna carry
I give it here and I put it in the back.
Okay. Alright. Bear time?
No.
Oh.
Just
Not yet.
Just piggyback time.
Okay.
So yeah.
I mean, you hear the sea already, right? Even here, but as you get closer, you can hear it proper. And you get to basically to the fisherman first. Well, stop! Go back! Because you would basically pass what clearly is like, Samira, you know these fishermen, you know, but there's even like one like smaller, like a square box with a giant flopping fish in it, right? That it was freshly caught. You can see it there where the people are, like it's slushing around. It's a giant fish. It's really huge. It's huge as a horse.
It's like 2 feet by 6 feet.
Yeah.
Do I see like someone who's obviously the seller of this fish?
No, it's not the fish market. These are the fishermen, obviously,
yeah.
right?
Is it obviously like do you see the crew who caught that one?
I mean, there's multiple people tending to it. There's nothing identifying them as the crew or not the crew, and there's no big ship. It's like old fisher boats here, right?
Are they like rowboat sized, or are they slightly bigger than that?
I mean, slightly bigger than that, right? Because they have to put a fish this large, or they probably haul it in and then, haul it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I approach one of those that are currently, working on them and just... That's a fine catch you have there. Where'd you find that one?
Oh, well, we have the big fuckers here all the time. She is bountiful. Well, yeah, water gets deep very quickly.
Well, I just recently arrived here, but my friend and I were thinking of taking a swim. Would you recommend that?
Well, I mean, this time of year should be fine. Stay away from the harbor waters, maybe. There was something bigger there that cracked that ship. Was this your ship? Looks like...
No.
But, he looks at Samira...
We heard about it.
But...
we came from the other side of the island,
Oh, from Guyturn. Oh. Yeah. Oh, alright. Well, I mean...
still holding Cassius at this point on her back.
Yes. Still piggybacking.
It's like hanging out.
I mean, you're getting weird glances for that, but otherwise they're like, shrug, whatever, They're not
he hurt his ankle. He needs a piggyback.
This is just for fun.
I mean, suit yourself.
So it should be fine going in?
You should be fine, yes. If you go past the lighthouse, do you have like a little beach? That should be better for swim.
Good to know. Wish you a great haul tomorrow, and...
Oh, thank you.
Alright, thank you. And I leave.
Good up!
Yes up. Giddy up.
Yeehaw! Horsey.
Giddy up. Yeehaw!
So yeah, as you walk towards the lighthouse, it becomes like the city is like far enough away that the sounds of the festival get tuned out very quickly, right? And it goes uphill, and then eventually it's not a very big lighthouse. The elevation certainly helps it. It's fits the harbor size from what you could see, because even from the fisherman's out, you can like see the harbor basically. It's not a big harbor. All right. It's sufficient, right? It's like I think 4 or 5 floors. You can't really tell specifically because no windows along the tower. But as you can see, there's like a house extended from the tower itself, right? And the road leads directly up. It's very peaceful. It's a nice view of the bay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
As we get closer to the house, I'll just hop off. Be right back.
And Spot will be like, "Yeah, right, that's the lighthouse."
Spot. What do you know about the person that lives here?
Oh, it's a big scary man.
Right. Perfect. Scary how?
He has like scars across the face, and he always grumbles. But we don't come here. We just leave the lighthouse alone. We tend to the city.
Fair enough. But he's not like mean or anything to any of you guys?
I mean, we don't mess with him.
Okay. But he doesn't like mess with you if he just comes into the city. It's just...
I mean, he kind of squints at everyone.
Okay. Well.
He's like a grumpy cat.
Sure. If you say so. Well.
Grumpy cat.
Yeah, apparently. Alright,
Spot will I will go and do the message, yes?
Not yet.
Oh, he sits down in the grass.
So
And he gets distracted by chasing down bees and butterflies, basically.
Smirk a little as he does that. Samira, can I have the bottle?
Sure, yeah, here you go. I'll stay right here and...
Do you want your gold as well?
Sure, do you want the platinum?
Yeah, that will be good, I think, if I need to.
Here you go.
Yep.
And I'm gonna stay right here. I should be still within range. If you aren't outside in 10 minutes, I'm gonna check in, okay?
Okay.
So where are you guys standing? Because behind the house is basically falling off the cliff.
So Cassius, you get 14 platinum.
Thank you. I was gonna ask it. I was like, how much do I have?
We're just gonna stay out the front.
Okay,
I'll
so
stay
down the
within
road.
100 feet.
We're not going through the flower fields because he's probably precious about those. And also Viera wouldn't want to damage them anyway. So
Yeah, within 100 feet of tower entrance.
yeah.
Okay. Cassius.
Right. Dust myself off. Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to the door with the wine bottle in one hand and knock.
Okay, yeah. There's nothing for a while. And then the door creaks open. And then this man pokes his face out. He is taller than you. His eyes are so pitch black they don't even reflect anything. Right. Like, as the tiefling, all the tieflings have very dark eyes, like, black eyes. But the two bottomless pits staring at you as the door opens have zero reflection. It's just two black holes. Right. And he's basically towering above you, although he's like thinner and leaner. He also has these like 3 deep growths, like scars across his face. Longer hair that looks grayish. It's It's almost like somebody had, like he had white hair and then chucked ash into it, right? It has that like color of like whitish to then darkening into ash colored, and it's tied like loosely back and falls down. He has very long hair, and he wears black robes, very simple. Looks very practical, right? Not as undressed as the rest of the population. So like there's like actually pants underneath the robes, right? As from what you can gather, but otherwise it looks very simple. It's just dark. And he looks at you and goes, "What do you want?"
Lord Blackrock, sorry for intruding.
You are.
I'm Cassius. I apologize. I had some questions about the city, possibly about
Just
magic.
spit it out directly. I don't have time for small talk.
All right. I was wondering if you could teach me something about magic.
He's like looking past you down the road and
My
squints.
face is turned away so he doesn't see my eyes.
Are these
And
your
asks-
friends?
They are.
He looks at you. He looks at them. Is there a reason they're standing down the road?
They were okay. My friend, she is a celestial, and we heard we are not.
No, she
familiar with-
isn't. She is a mongrel. She's something half, 3/4, maybe less, 1/4, whatever. You don't hear that, Samira.
I know. Fuck.
Right.
If she were a celestial, she wouldn't be standing where she is right now. And he kind of looks at you with, like, the disdain in your empathy right now is so intense it makes you actually step back a step, right?
I see. Well, we heard that the relations might not be so good, so we didn't want to offend. And that's why they're standing a little bit away. I primarily had some questions, so.
You said something about learning. The reason
Yes.
travelers come to me to learn. And yes, I know what you are. You're reeking a mile away.
Oh, well, sorry for that. Well, I hold up the bottle of wine. Could I possibly convince you that?
He picks up the wine, uncorks it, gives it a sniff, gives it a swig as well. Call your friends over. We'll talk inside. If you bore me, the least that will happen is that I will kick you out.
It's enough. Turn around and kind of just like wave them over, like hurriedly.
We wave goodbye, turn
Nope.
around, and start walking down.
No. Like I walk after them. Power walk.
We come over, presumably. Uh-oh.
Doing?
He wanted to talk to all of us inside, and don't bore him.
What? Why?
I don't know.
Did you tell him
Don't
about
bore
me?
him.
Well, yes.
And?
Why?
He didn't seem to mind.
Okay.
So, and I think he preferred if you just came inside and talked with him instead of standing outside. I think that might be impolite. I don't know. He's pretty intense.
Spot will be right back.
Spot is like off to the side catching butterflies. He's not even noticing any of this. Or are you calling him over?
I'm shouting at him. Spot.
Yes?
We'll be right back.
Should I wait?
Yeah.
Alright! And he's off chasing another butterfly.
Try to get some of that happiness and try to like preserve it in me.
It's
like,
really difficult. He's radiating.
I need it.
Yep.
Give it to me.
Like you know, it's like you get now the description of like, oh, it's the scary man, grumpy cat, right? It's like, fuck yeah, it is.
Vieira's gonna clap Cassius on the shoulder as we turn around to head back towards, and she's gonna do enhance ability charisma, because you're gonna need it. He will probably know that it's active, but it may at least interest him.
Possibly. I don't know. Let's go inside.
What level is that? Second?
2. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so as you step up the stairs, right? He looks at Vieira and just like snaps. And you can feel the spell breaking. And he's like, you don't cast in my house without my permission. It is rude. And he just stares you down with his like 2 bottomless pits.
That was why I cast it outside your house.
Here it's fine. Sorry. Our apologies. We didn't know.
At least it might prove interesting.
Get inside. Welcome. And he like steps aside and kind of welcomes you. And it's a very simple house, right? So what you're stepping into is like a dining, kitchen, living area. Very simple with a fireplace, right? It's not like a hell pit with skulls on them. It's like very sparse. It has books on various shelves and places, but it's clean. It's not the tidiest, but it's also not untidy. It's just like controlled scatterness, if you will.
It sounds like a very small room of contradictions.
Yes. As in, like, it's not like, oh, there's a bookshelf and all the books are on that shelf and everything is neatly. Like, the books are everywhere, but it's not like papers scattered all around, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, it has this, like, impression of controlled scatterness, right?
Controlled chaos.
Yeah.
Disorganized, but not chaotic.
Yes, yeah. And it's like, the books are not, like, haphazardly thrown around. They're, like, it's just, they're piled on in various places. But it's not, like, cluttered, like, you know. So he motions to like sit down at the table, and he like puts a teapot on the fire. Well, yeah.
So
and the fire, like, you know, he just like basically he doesn't even wave a hand. The fire just like grows like more intense without actually increasing the heat in the room.
Thank you for the hospitality.
What do you want?
Well, to get to the point, I think we all had several questions, but I think primarily one of them is about subterranean areas in the city.
Nope.
What?
No?
What?
Nope.
I thought you wanted to...
Well...
You wanted to learn about magic.
Yes, but that was
of a certain kind.
Mm-hmm.
Focus on that.
Okay. Alright. Then I'll switch that. Well, you said it yourself. I reek of magic or something.
No, you reek of traveler. And don't take it literally. You are an absence in the presence. I can see it from a mile away that you're not from here. So what brings free travelers from a different world at my doorstep in the middle of nowhere?
Well, when we came to this world, I gained access to magical abilities. Abilities that I don't understand completely. And we came here, we arrived at the village in Zir, and we came here in Penwant, and we heard about you, that you had magical abilities, and I wanted to see if I could learn more about it is what I can do, and understand it better, and learn more, if that's even possible.
He looks at the other two, and you are the tag-alongs.
Yes. The reason we stood away from your home to begin with was that we didn't particularly have any questions or anything for you. The concern was Cassius's.
Yes, I was
So-
warned away because of my mixed bloodline.
You
don't
may
know
be
what
mixed, but you're not of their kind, or you wouldn't be sitting
Yes.
here or breathing.
I don't know the history here, so glad to hear so.
It is unpleasant enough for me to be, justifiably so, not too keen on our equivalent of your kind. It's bad enough that several of them are crawling through the city at the moment.
Then I apologize to add to that, I guess.
Well, it is not your apology to give. It is not your kind that offended me. And he kind of like motions to his face.
Oh,
But those are old stories. So you want to learn. Well, it is unusual enough to see travelers in here. I don't think that I've ever seen one of your kind since the red light. What an interesting coincidence. Well, travelers, outsiders.
Oh, that kind. I thought you were specifically referring to an elf or Samira or Cassius.
Well, there's plenty of elves. There's not many outsiders or travelers or whatever the heck you want to call them.
Not many, but there are some.
They do happen on occasion, yes. I'm old enough to have seen a few. You sent ripples through the world. It's very hard to ignore your presence, or rather absence.
Are there any others currently outside of us around?
Here? No.
In general?
I presume so. I haven't seen any since we arrived here. Then I do not have the abilities of my liege. I cannot extend very far beyond this place. And he starts pouring you tea. Drink it or leave it. It's up to you.
Politely sip.
I'll give it a sip, yeah.
Yeah. I'll mind my manners.
It's a good mixture. It's exotic. It's not like there's not just tea in. There's some spices and sweetness, and it's actually quite pleasant for such a bitter man. It's like whoa, this was made by this guy. What the fuck? He doesn't sit down, by the way. He's like staring at you, like towering in the room. Made even more so towering because it's clearly built barely to accommodate his. He's like 6'5", 6'6", right? And Viera again, actually all three of you, because you know certain like body types through various experiences. As he moves, there's very contained strength underneath those robes, right? He's by no means a brick shit house, right? As in, like, he's not bulk, but there is, that's not just like a brain wizard that you're looking at. It's like, this guy can probably punch you through a fucking wall. Maybe,
wizard.
yeah. Muscle wizard, yeah. But yeah. So he looks at all of three of you. Well, you prove entertaining so far. The name is Destrian Blackrock. You can call me Destrian. drop the title. Don't care for it.
All right. Well, my name is Cassius. Cassius Moret.
He looks at the other two.
My name's Samira, and it's interesting to meet you.
Viera Ethelday.
He like nods. Well, who brought you here? If you don't mind me asking.
Not a who, rather a what, but I suppose there was a who, if you consider who was inside the what. We entered a tower on our side and were confronted with a test conducted by, well, I think we all had different tests, but the similarity was that the father was present.
The father brought you here, and he kind of huffs in
I
disdain.
don't know if he brought us here,
It's
but
like, Cassius, a
he
part
was
of
the
you dies.
gatekeeper.
A little bit
It's like
inside.
maintaining control, like
Yeah.
He was the gatekeeper, if not the person who actually brought us here. But we each then faced our own trials, and then faced sort of a group trial. Presumably we succeeded, and we found ourselves dumped in a swamp.
Have you spoken to his lordship, the father, since then?
No, but I've
not
spoken.
since then. No.
We've spoken to the. Sorry, I forget what you call them. The mantle of life. Tiffany, she calls herself. Since then.
Well. And Cassius, you have this like very uncanny reminder of how you used to feel when you were a boy with your dad.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's like, whoa! It's like, I don't want to piss him off ever. Jesus Christ, right? And he gives you all a very like long examining look. You all are capable of magic.
Yes.
Yes. A little bit different sides of it, I think, but ultimately, yes.
We're all learning.
And he turns to Cassius, so what do you want to learn?
I want to learn how to control it better and possibly see if I can learn more tricks that I could do for longer, because some of if I use magic too much, I get very tired, and I want to see if I can extend that somehow.
And headaches and nosebleeds.
Yeah, that's
well, considering you're not from here, it's no wonder it probably doesn't like you.
The magic doesn't like me?
You're not of this world. You are a thorn in the side of it. You're an anomaly.
Oh, is that something we should be worried about?
Well, I haven't dealt with your kind enough to know the exact mechanics. I would have to see you use it. Normally, creatures of this world, they are parts of what they're using. There's an innate connection. You are attempting to force something under your control that is outside of you, that is not yours. You are stealing or borrowing, or however you want to call it. At least that is my theory. But I would have to watch you and see what you're doing. And depending on what it is, I may or may not be able to help you at all. I am proficient in a certain kind of the arts.
You are a wizard, aren't you?
What a profane name. Yes, you can call me a wizard. He like stares you down like.
Is the correct
apologize if
term
that's-
a magister?
A magister, yes.
I apologize for offending. That's just what they call themselves in our world.
I am a magister. Not a high magister, although it's more of out of choice. Wasn't interested in those titles.
Well, I can show what I can do if I have your permission.
What will you attempt to do?
A minor trick.
Specifics, details, no vagueness. Not in my house.
It can do several things. I can try to open the door.
He looks at it.
And I cast Thaumaturgy.
It doesn't open. He like looks at you, and then he walks over to the door and just like touches a spot next to the door frame. Try again. And he like stares at you as you. He does step away so you don't slam the door into his face.
Yeah. And I do Thaumaturgy again with a snap of my fingers. And presumably it flies open.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. That's one of the things. I can also
show me something else.
Something more powerful?
No, else, different.
I will use prestidigitation to make a shower of sparks in the air. Like wave my hand.
And he like basically does a hand wave and does the same thing. That is more like it.
As far as I know, there's two sides of things that I can do, and they seem different.
They are different. It is a different way of persuading the weave. The second type of the art is something I can help you with. That is more in my wheelhouse. If that is a term that the children nowadays use.
Alright, well, then the question is, would you be willing to?
I will be willing to if you share your secrets, all three of you. I want to watch you. I want to see what you can do. I will not dissect you like a frog. Do not worry, I'm not that crude. See it as a professional curiosity.
If we show you what we can do, could you ask could you answer a question for me? I am looking to uncover something that's been bothering me for a while.
Perhaps. I don't know. I am not an oracle, but I can try my best. I am learned enough.
Back in my world, something happened. And ever since then, I've been asking wizards for help to find out what happened and what is going on. And it's... I don't know the technical terms of what they are, but the wizards told me it was dangerous and I needed to distance myself before I exploded with magic.
He like lifts one eyebrow and he's like, I see.
And ever since then I've been seeking answers. Yes.
And when does this maybe exploding happen?
Well, usually at moments of heightened emotion.
And then you explode.
Recently, it's been a bit more showy than it usually was.
I assume that exploding is a metaphor for release of power.
Now I don't explode at the moment, but I was told one day I could just die in an explosion.
Your Majesty seems very imprecise in their wording.
They want me to leave as quickly as possible.
Stand up, child. Come. And he opens, steps outside, also pulling a book off the bookshelf as he does that. Move along.
Okay. Speed walk.
So he steps out where there's road, and he looks around. It's not straight, but that should do. And he looks around, finds some stick, right? And then he starts flips the book open, and as he's watching a page, he starts drawing a circle diagram with complex symbols and stuff, right? And kind of muttering beneath his breath as he does that, right? And then he touches, and he's wearing this odd quartz black crystal around the neck, right? He touches to it, and then he touches the circle and steps back and goes step inside.
And this will do what?
It will isolate us from your guts in case you do explode.
Oh, okay.
Kind of thumbs up towards Samira.
Just weak grin at him and just step inside.
And he then touches on one of the symbols, and there's you can feel the hum of power. It's one of those when you hear a very low bass, you feel it first and then you hear it, right? And then the lines start faintly glowing, and then it's somebody drawing up a glass from out of the ground around you, like a pillar, and basically he puts you into a magic circle.
Mm-hmm.
OOC, right? And he folds the book and then turns back to the house. Are you coming, or are you going to snoop through my things?
Walk outside the door.
He only addressed her. That's why I stayed inside.
Yeah. So he waits.
Get up.
Yeah.
Walk outside.
You can bring your tea, so your throats don't get dry.
Oh, I'm standing outside the front door sipping my tea.
Yeah. And then he goes and now, child, do describe to me, when do you feel these phenomena happening?
Mostly, like I said, in moments of emotion, and particularly when I'm fighting, when I'm getting angry, when I'm getting focused into battle. It gets out of control a lot then. But yes, it's just...
He turns to Cassius you know her well.
Mm-hmm.
Make her angry. It kind of waves you towards the circle, right?
I don't step inside this, right?
No, you don't.
Alright.
Make her very angry.
Sorry, Samira. And I kind of just focus, and I take on the persona of Lysander. And I just start talking to her about the virtues of the gods, how they're amazing. I'm basically gonna try to lead her through sermon as Lysander with the annoying voice.
Stop, Cassius. Anything but this. Seriously. We talked about boundaries.
Didn't realize this was a show.
Yeah.
This is continuing.
she's gonna try and stuff her ears so she doesn't hear
And
it.
occasionally, like a Blackrock is like prowling around in a like sometimes closer circle, sometimes wider circle, and occasionally he will like snap, and one of the pebbles from like the earth or the grass shoots out and like, just hits you, like for a hit for 1 HP each, like 1 HP minus. Like it's not always hurtful enough to deduct an HP, right? But it's basically it's more like snaps and just pissing you off. Basically, hitting you with small pebbles in various tender places.
Could have picked anything but this.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Stop.
No. He
Talking
keeps
like
going.
that.
So yeah, I assume Cassius keeps talking like, oh.
No,
yeah.
he's not stopping. Sorry. I said sorry. Oh no.
Yeah, a few minutes in, she just bares her teeth and just, stop! Right now, I have had enough! And she really just...
And like, at that point, Blackrock, like standing basically behind her, like lifts a finger to like point to Cassius to stop, right?
I stopped immediately.
I don't know why Wild Surge isn't showing, but okay. So it is currently... yeah. I don't know.
So what is it? Which one is it?
Is it a number 5? Whenever a creature hits you with an attack, so it takes force damage.
Okay.
Dashes out in retribution. So that's just the rarest, like.
Cassius and Viera, because you're sitting on opposite, like you can see Blackrock. Yeah, Samira can't because he's currently standing behind her, right? He's like pausing, and you can see his eyes like very slowly wandering across her form, right? And then he looks at Cassius and gives him another like nod of like continue.
Oh, sorry, I was trying.
And I pick back up the sermon.
I told you to stop!
Another rock hits you.
And the magic will try to lash out.
You bounce, like you hit a wall, right? So I'm basically gonna have him push you, Lena, for your OC until you basically do pop your full Aasimar glow.
Okay, that is all.
Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, that will take like 3 more seconds or something like that. If you could do like 3 more hits, let's say.
Yeah. So he keeps going. It's actually really cruel, right? To the point of like where the rocks start even like cutting you, like it's paper cuts, right?
Up now, like she starts tearing up at that point.
So he will push you as much as possible. Like if you look like you're not gonna burst out any further, right? He's gonna stop.
Yeah. She's gonna sniff and just fucking stop and rating consumption.
Whoa!
It doesn't tell.
No, it doesn't, because I turned off the descriptions for the abilities and stuff. It just shows only the spells now.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Okay.
Yeah. It hides descriptions for everything that is not a spell. So this is why it's not showing. Sorry.
Okay, good to know.
But for some reason the pictures are broken, so sniffle. Anyway, so yeah, and then he will he will actually raise both eyebrows for a second, and then nod, and then he'll look at Cassius. Do you have a way of calming her down?
Yeah, and I instantly drop the voice, and I cast calm emotions on her.
What do I have to save against? She's not aligned, is at the moment.
No, she's like full out of control here. You see how like a mini supernova erupting and the light being basically contained by this like invisible cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
So you have now a cylinder of light with a vague mirror, it's a mirror shape in the middle. Yeah.
Seen that before? She teleported last time.
And then
So
the calm motion just
the
like
sniffling comes to stop. Just
and the light flickers out, I assume.
It flickers out, yes.
Well, take a moment to calm yourself. And no, you're not going to explode. I'll explain it further once you're calm enough to leave the barrier. And I shall make new tea. And he will turn to Cassius like, call me when she is calm enough. And he steps back inside to make tea.
Cassius will just kind of just like not slump, but like kneel down on the ground. And he's not looking at her.
After the minutes goes by, she starts tearing up again. Satisfied?
Cassius is silent.
If it can help you from exploding, it's probably worth the pain.
Cassius? Wisdom saving throw. Normal. No advantage. Because you get disadvantage on top of that advantage, so it cancels it out. Yeah, you hold the tears in.
No. Do you think that was enough? Can we just keep that boundary up again? Or are you going to do it again?
I will not do it again.
Thank you. I just need a few minutes, and she walks off.
You're still inside the barrier. You bounce. You bump
bonk.
into bonk. Yeah, you turn around to walk over and bonk.
No,
Can you release me, please?
I stand up and I get Destrian.
I think he's waiting for you to calm down before he'll let you leave the barrier, just to make sure you're safe. You'll be fine. This is what you wanted answers to at the end of the day.
She's fucking cruel about it, but alright.
He was. I'll tend your wounds once the barrier's down.
Yeah, you took 10 hit point damage total.
Alright. Halved?
Yeah, you were raging half.
She was raging?
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. She just sits down, head between her knees, deep breaths. It's gonna take at least 10 minutes, 15, to truly calm down.
Yeah.
Just listen to the sounds of the ocean.
Blackrock will come out after a few minutes with fresh tea.
Oh, thank you.
Can you let me out, please?
He like walks over and then with basically like leans down and interrupts one of the lines and it like announces you. I do want to point out that the cruelty was not enjoyed.
Well, I guess good for you. Can we get to the point? I'm really not in the mood.
Your emotions draw wild surges of magic to you. I do not think that you are a strong enough caster to truly push it so far that you would, as you put so plainly, explode. But it might push it far enough to hurt the people around you. You have to learn to control these, or that wildness might have unfortunate consequences.
And how would I do that?
By training. I don't know what kind of caster you are. I would have to watch you just like I watched your friend, presumably.
Yeah. So that's the answer. Training.
Usually
Even
magic involved. It is.
even the innate abilities of some people need to be honed. Even the talented need to practice, or the talent goes to waste. Yes, training is always the answer.
All right. Let's. Thank you for the tea and thank you for the answers, but well, do you want to see the examples now? What do we?
Do you want to? And he kind of like holds out a cup of tea.
Please.
It was a way to bring this out. You said that your condition was tied to intense negative emotions. This was a way of getting them. Again, it did not bring me pleasure. It was merely a way to achieve this quickly and efficiently so I can give you the answers that you seek.
At least you have some answers, Samira.
Yeah. Okay. Are we, Vera, are we... Do you want to show first?
Rest for a little while longer. And Vieira's going to hand Samira the tea, and then she'll settle down on her knees. And she'll heal her wounds.
Thank you.
At least a little. So you get 8 hit points back. So not quite full, but...
No, I am full. I had just 5 minus.
Oh,
the rage.
Okay. And there you go. There's a demonstration of my magic.
In the meantime, Blackrock will... Oh yeah, he would actually watch you. He would have like been on the way to turning around, and with the comment he would have actually paused. I was actually not watching. I was giving you a moment of privacy.
My magic stems from nature. Probably have very little to do with you and your knowledge of it.
Well, all magic in this world stems from nature in one way or another. It is more a personal choice of how to approach it that makes the difference.
Now, are you watching?
I am watching.
I figured I'd just get it over with. And Samira just takes a smear of the blood that dropped from one of the where the skin was broken by a stone, and just smears it on her forehead and casts Sanctuary on herself.
He watches you.
That enough, or do you need more?
I need another example.
Okay, don't, Vera, I've never done this to you, so don't be surprised. And I cast invisibility on her.
Vieira screams with joy and then runs around Samira in circles.
Interesting. Two of you show a similar duality, but not in the same way. You are borrowing your abilities.
I figured.
But they come from two different sources, directions. It's interesting. Usually a pact does not stray this far from each other. Who is your patron?
I don't know his name.
Well,
honestly, I couldn't tell you any identifiable features.
Then it is not one of ours. I would have noticed the influence. I would have seen the mark. Do you have any marks?
Yes. Yes, I do.
You don't have to show me, just describe it.
I tink through the thin cloth of my shirt to the glass. It's... well...
Not one that I know of. I can give pointers or explanations as to what kind of school you're casting, but you would have to speak to your benefactor. Each patron has a different style, different abilities. It is usually the best to talk to him or her or them or it.
Okay. Thank you.
I can, however, provide general knowledge of the arcane arts if such questions are necessary, but I would appreciate the opportunity to watch you more in the future.
Well, I don't have any questions right now.
There is a nice beach, and he kind of like points over to the right from him. Like the house is behind him, right? So to the right is further west.
Away from town.
Yeah, away from town. It is quiet and peaceful, and there's none of the fishermen around.
We were recommended that beach because we plan to go swimming.
Well, then I would indeed recommend the same beach. It would also give time for me to speak to your... And he like repeats the question, friend?
When you're done, send him to us, okay? I need to talk to him.
I will send him on his way when I'm done. He kind of like... there's the tiniest tug at the corner of his lips. It's so tiny, you think you imagined it.
Alright, I figure we're gonna see each other anyways later on. If my friend is interested in...
Oh, by the way, Vieira, the way, like, the entire time you were invisible, he still was exactly looking at you the entire time.
So, I guess thanks for the help. I'm just gonna go now. She just hands him the cup, just gives him a nod, and just turns around.
He gives you a nod back. And he goes inside, joining Cassius. Right.
No, Cassius was still outside. He's
like waving you in, basically. Move, boy, move!
She throws a look over her shoulder at him, just leaves again.
When she looks at him, he just like looks at the ground again and follows him inside.
He closes the door with a wave of his hand, making it slam shut. Not too loud, right? And he looks down at you. Are you afraid of me?
Yes, but that doesn't stop you.
Very well. What are fiends like where you come from? And he kind of waves you towards the table to sit down. And pours you out a cup of tea.
I mean, I've just heard stories. Soul eaters, or at least collectors. A lot of horns, a lot of fire. I mean, there's a lot of scriptures about them. I know they
do
have
not care for religious fairy tales.
That's the background that I know. And some of it might be true, some of it might not be. I just know them as greedy influences on the world itself. I don't think I've had it.
The fiends here are nothing like it. Well, the horns, maybe. Greed is a universal trait shared by all, including Celestials. He kind of... It's like... You could, like, it's almost like spat when he says it, right? He fucking hates them, right? It's like more than obvious. You can taste the hate.
This is true. That's also the same in our world.
Did you have your abilities before you came through?
No.
So you are new to the arts?
Yes.
Well, then in the coming days, you shall come here, and I will look at what you can do, and then we shall see how your talents lie in my domain, because it does require a certain precision, which usually my kind is not that well equipped for. I'm the exception here. My kind prefers usually a more free way of perusing the weave. But you have some similarities, and we can work with that.
Thank you.
What would you like to learn most pressingly? The terminology, I can teach you. The basics.
Something, yeah, like I said, something to spells that I could use all the time, but not the minor things. I know of people that would, like, my friend, the elf, she does it sometimes. She concentrates longer on something and it doesn't seem to drain her.
And how does she do that? Does she just sit there, or does she do something else?
She closes her eyes and does things. I don't really know.
So you are lacking the basic terminology to actually describe what you're seeing. All right, then yes. we shall start at the very beginning. Apparently, in your world, they don't teach you anything.
Well, I also didn't seek it out because I never had that kind of power.
To be fair, it is also not common knowledge here either. So I guess I cannot judge you that harshly on it. You can see by his look that he's still judging you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Still judging you. Very well. You start tomorrow. Be here when the sun turns bright.
Very well. Thank you. And
how come you're carrying a shard of him in your back?
When I went through the tower, we all had our trials. I had mine. And there was a cave with crystals. And there was a man in one of these crystals, or the bigger one in the middle. And
for a moment, you see the tiniest widening of his eyes, and if you wouldn't have a fucking insane insight at the moment, you would have missed it. It's the tiniest of hints that he immediately knows what you're talking about.
It's just like stop and look at him. I don't know who that is. The crystals I learned about, but I don't know who that is.
He there's a slight tensing in his jaw, and then he basically throws the tea out of the cup into the fire. The fire doesn't go out at all. It's like it doesn't even hiss. This is not normal fire, by the way. Obviously, right? That is the reason why we're stuck down here.
Stuck?
Yes, stuck.
Who is he? What is he?
I don't know much of him. I know of him. I never faced him directly, nor do I care. A mere mortal who dabbled in things that were none of his concern and who got us all this mess here to begin with.
He was the sole cause of...
Even mortals can attain incredible power, but not always are they old enough and wise enough and knowledgeable enough to know what they're dabbling in. And he's as he speaks, the intensity of this barely contained rage of I'm gonna rip somebody's fucking head off is it's again your hyper empathy is whoo shit, maybe I should run at this point, maybe not, right? And he pauses at the end of that sentence, looks at you and goes and you feel a bit of the intensity subsiding. The violent days are behind me. I haven't picked up a weapon in quite some time. Yeah. Do not have to fear me. I will not harm you for no reason. With what cause? No, he was somebody who was not supposed to deal with things that were beyond his understanding. Men of power tend to overreach.
And he caused the red light? Or indirectly?
Indirectly. We don't always know what causes the sun to get angry. The causes were different over the years. But in this case, I think having a large piece of yourself being ripped violently through the veil did not sit well with the sun.
Yeah, he seemed to have imprisoned this person at least.
Well, what you're dealing with, that is not of my concern. But you are carrying a piece of the sun, which I assume has some kind of influence. We can look at it. I do not quite know how it works. It is not my domain. But I can teach you, and I can teach you the basics. And you will share your knowledge.
Well, little as that might be, because I don't know, like you say, I don't even know the terms.
Once you know, you can speak, and then you will describe. And then you will tell me where the cave is.
I don't know.
You will describe, and I will listen, and I might figure it out. But that is not a pressing matter right now. I'm more curious about the three of you in general. Is a change from the boredom and the tedium of repetitiveness of this inner place in the last 400 years. And it, like, drifts off, like looking at, like staring into space, and then just waves off. Never mind that. Finish your tea. I see you in the morning. Be on time. My kind may be lax. I personally do not like tardiness.
Understood. And I just down the tea and leave.
I also appreciate politeness as you step out through the door.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize. This was rough on everyone. Farewell, Lord Destrian.
Destrian, yes. See you tomorrow. Cassius.
Yep, and I leave.
Yep. Maximum intensity.
How are you feeling after that, Samira?
Drained.
You still up for some sparring? Some swim?
I think I need to talk to Cassius first.
You might be some time yet.
I know, but I don't. I don't want to leave it lie down. Just like that. And I figure I could use time to calm down. I didn't expect that to go like that.
Well, I doubt you expected to get any answers here today at all.
No.
But at least you got some.
Yeah, I guess.
Better than all the other wizards you went to talk to who just sent you away.
No, the other wizards, as far as I knew, were fiends, so...
Doesn't matter what he is. Only matters if he can help you or not.
Well, apparently I can only help myself.
Well, he said training.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't necessarily say through your own training.
With my patron. Not with him.
Yeah, I didn't say with him.
What do you mean?
Well, Tiffany came to me to help me train. Maybe your patron will come to you to help you train. Have you asked them?
Well, I tried contacting him yesterday. No answer. So I don't know.
Maybe he wasn't home yesterday.
I don't know if the phrasing is correct. But sure, he wasn't home.
Don't give up just because you tried once and failed.
No. I got an answer now, and I need to proceed. When Cassius comes to talk, sorry, but could you give us some privacy then? I figured, it's between us.
I will disappear for an extended length of time. I'm going to go and show Spot roughly where I think His Majesty can be found.
Oh,
So
okay.
you'll have a couple of hours. I'll meet you guys back at the tavern.
Hours?
Well, it's gonna take some time.
Oh, so we're not gonna train them today.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're in the mood to, if I'm
Mm.
honest. We can train a bit later. It's still early. It's not that late.
Okay. Okay, we'll see what the day brings.
Yeah.
Alright.
First, I've got to find Spot.
And I gotta wait.
I mean, Cassius would be here by now, right? So basically,
Yeah,
as you
so-
walk off to find Spot, who's chasing uphill, more
Mhm.
stuff.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna whistle
He will
to
look
get
up.
his attention.
Yeah, and then he will, run over to you.
Presuming I see Cassius on the way down.
Yeah.
As we're passing, I'll just say
Yes, 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 yes.
she wants some alone time with you. I'm
No.
gonna go
She?
and take.
Wait, who
Best you ask
who
her
wants
that
some?
for yourself.
Spot, shut up. How is she?
She's rough. I'm gonna take Spot and see if we can't get a little bit closer to where His Majesty possibly is.
Alright. Be careful.
Likewise. I'll meet you guys back at the inn.
If I don't make it back, I probably deserved it.
You'll make it back. Just don't go near any of those parties.
Yeah.
Stick to the outskirts.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see you guys later.
Sad
luck.
Spot.
Come on, Spot. We're gonna go and see if we can find your Majesty.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Yes. Because imagine, if you're the one to deliver
Yes,
the
yes,
news
yes,
to the
yes, yes, yes,
ambassador,
yes.
that would make you quite the prize in his eyes, no doubt.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. And we're gonna basically head to the marketplace, roughly where I think he was. And I'm going to find a quiet back alley and ritual cast locate creature again, using the same description.
Yeah, you can tell me that later, like what you're gonna do, because we're not gonna do this now. This is gonna be next session. So the other two.
Ooh.
As I approach the mirror, but like a little bit before, I'm just like stand still. I'm gonna cast Calm Emotions on myself.
The mirror is sitting feet in the shoreline in the water and just sitting on the sand, buried in. Patting. Once she sees you, she pats the sand next to herself.
Yeah. I just like sit next to her. I was like fold my arms over my knees, just look out into the ocean.
A few seconds pass, she's just not saying anything. So... Why that?
So I knew it would make you angry. And quite. And
Thing is, it didn't really make me angry, it just hurt.
I didn't think. Reelan.
I can tell it hurt you too.
It did, but that's fine. I just... It just came to my mind, and I didn't think, and it's...
Please, don't ever do that again.
And actually, at this point, I'll actually get the holy symbol of Ilmater out of my pocket, like a breast pocket. Toss it out into the sand. And I'm gonna cast Shatter on it. So I just like grip my chest, and there's like this thunderous boom, and the object itself just like smashes apart.
Thank you.
He's gone. And I won't ever do it again. Because I'll never be him again.
Thank you. Can you hug me? Just... Shinny.
Oh my lord. Oh my wow.
Ruined the mood right there. Aw, no worries.
No worries, yeah, and I hug her.
Okay. It's okay. Are you okay?
No, but that's part of it, I guess.
You know, I'm not either. But we will be. We're fucking world away from them. What can I do now?
Nothing. But yeah, he just shuts up.
But come on.
I don't know. It's hard to escape who you were always told to become.
Fucking. Yeah. I thought I thought I left that behind me. I know. It always catches up, huh?
It always does. I always seem to be running away from it. At least I have.
Oh, yeah. The only thing you can do. The only thing.
That just doesn't seem fair. Why should we always be running for who we never wanted to be?
It just isn't fair. You're right. I don't have an answer to that. It just isn't. Piece of shit people doing piece of shit things.
At least you're not going to explode. For now.
For now. No, I'm not gonna explode, so that's good. And when you get rid of that, you not gonna be that again, right?
Yeah.
So
He's dead.
yeah, can't hurt you anymore. Unless you hurt yourself again, because that was stupid what you did. So stupid. Seriously.
I think most of the things that I do is stupid. But I will say this. Teaming up with you two fuckers might have been the least stupid, or the most. I'm not sure which one yet.
We'll find out.
Are you still hurt?
No, Vera took care of that. Don't worry. But stupid as this us potentially is, I should fucking regret it. Even after this.
I think you can do even stupider.
Oh.
I'm betting on it.
Oh yes. Oh yes. We've not even been a month here. And you have plenty of things to fuck up in the future, and I do as well. And who knows, maybe Vera will fuck up one day too.
Oh, she already did multiple times. The fucking what she did just at the fucking door. Told her it was a bad idea.
True. You want to take some time still? Oh, you good to go?
And it's just like look into the sea again. This is nice. You can go if you want, but
No, I think I'll stay too. Bit too much excitement today. Yeah, when she stay off into the sea in silence. Just shoulder leaning on his. Just companionable silence.
Well, should we call it here? Because we're already over time.
But I mean, we've still got to make up for last week's short sessions, so...
No, last week's session was on time, Chris.
No, it wasn't. Last week's session was short.
No, it was actually on time. It's like, we finished on time at 9 p.m.
But that's short. Come on.
No, I think it's a nice way to... Also, do you like the beach?
Yeah. It's fitting, yeah.
It's very sandy.
Oh yeah, you hate sand, right?
Of course, and it gets everywhere.
Gets everywhere.
Yeah.
That's okay. One day I'll dump you in a giant desert where you can spend 4 weeks crossing a desert and see how much you like sand at the end of it.
Well, I think it's a good point to stop here.
Spot.
It's a good spot, yeah. Because we also have to like figure out what Viera is doing, which will take more than 15 minutes.
Or getting yourself into trouble as per usual.
Yeah, because
doing
she went
stupid things.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, head over to the office and I will wrap up here.
Alright.
Everyone. Hello. I hope you enjoyed watching. Oops. I clicked on the wrong thing. I hope this session was enjoyable to everyone. This is it for today. We'll be back on Wednesday with my usual Wednesday stream, still on Twitch. I still have to do a few more shifties before like repack anything. We'll be probably map making, and then on Friday we have another week for Snaga and the pirates because they haven't met the pirates yet. So we have a normal week upcoming. So I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the emotions and Destrian, the Fiend, in all his glory. And see you during the week. As I said, Wednesday, the usual time. Of course, for the new people who may or may not be listening still, do join us on the Discord to hang out during the week. Otherwise, on Wednesday, 8 p.m. UTC as usual. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me just see if we can raid anyone. No, there's nobody currently here. So that's it for today. I love you all. I hope you had fun, and stay kooky as usual. And bye!